Let's have a look. It's still hat and glove territory out there. Highs today are going to get into the mid-30s, but it is still mighty chilly out there. Those wind chills. 2 at Aurora, 6 at Waukegan, 8 at Valparaiso. So bundle up. Kids going to school, make sure they're properly attired as well. But I've got some bigger numbers on the way. Let's check in with Gabriella. And where is this new crash?
We're starting with a crash over in Villa Park. So this is off our expressway. It's at North Avenue and Ardmore Avenue. Slowing some people down, especially on Ardmore there. So be aware of this. And then just east of this, there's a crash on the Eisenhower. It's on the inbound side at North Avenue. It's blocking a right shoulder, but involves 2 cars and a box truck, so it is taking up quite a bit of room in that space. They might be blocking a right lane with this as well. Let's take a look at your drive times, including on the Ike. We're at 25 minutes from Route 390 all the way to the old post office, around that on the Kennedy, and on the Stevenson, around 20 minutes on the Dan Ryan. A quick train alert for you for the Blue Line O'Hare bound trains. They're standing at Rosemont. It's due to a sick customer, so please keep that in mind. Natalie.
Okay, thank you, Gabby. Breaking overnight, 2 people are hospitalized after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old teen were walking when 2 people approached them. One of them attacked the woman and a teen with a sharp object. The victims ran away and relocated to the Orange Line platform. The woman is listed in serious condition while the teen is in good condition. That incident is still under investigation. Anthony?
Also breaking this morning, Natalie, crews respond to an apartment fire on the city's north side. Roseanne Tejas is there, joins us now with the latest info. Roseanne?
Right, the latest, we do know that 1 woman and 1 firefighter were injured at this fire, but they are expected to be okay. It was a 311 alarm fire, and it drew quite a response when it first struck. There were many fire department vehicles, the Salvation Army, utilities, you name it. They came out to fight these ferocious-looking flames that spread quickly in that 3-story building. This is Glenwood near Argyle, right butted up against a cemetery and a dead end. That fire almost reaching nearby power lines. Residents could be seen gathering on the sidewalk out in the cold. One told me the building has 24 units. An army of firefighters gathered on the rear porches of the building, where I'm told they were knocking on doors, alerting people about this fire, which started just after 1:15 this morning. One resident described how the morning unfolded for him.
I woke up to my lower neighbor screaming and yelling. And then I went down to see what was going on. And when I looked into her back door, I saw her silhouette in front of orange and red.
Okay, the building is off in the distance a bit, and that's because literally between here and there was filled with vehicles when we arrived. But the building's now, the fire's out, the building is being boarded up. Residents, there are a couple that remain in a warming bus, but most have scattered to try to find a warm place to go. And I have to tell you, it was a really difficult fire for firefighters because of the conditions. It was an ice rink out in front of that building, and in fact, I saw a firefighter take a nasty tumble earlier this morning, but they got this fire out, and we're happy to report only 2 residents, or only 1 resident, 1 firefighter injured, and we don't believe those to be serious. Back to you now in the studio.
All right, thank you, Roseanne. Stay warm out there. The son of Rob Reiner is expected to make his first court appearance today, accused of murdering his parents. 32-year-old Nick Reiner is in jail, being held without bail. Rob and Michelle Reiner were found dead in their Los Angeles home Sunday, apparently stabbed to death. A motive remains unclear at this point, but police say homicide investigators determined Nick was responsible for their deaths.
Meantime, in Rhode Island, a new video of a person of interest in the Brown University shooting is being shared with the public. Authorities are once again searching for the shooter accused of killing 2 students Saturday. A person of interest was released from custody on Sunday.
And we believe that that's the same individual that we showed you from the previous video that we released. We have a tip line which is staffed with officers from the Providence Police as well as analysts, and they're taking calls as we speak.
A $50,000 reward is being offered to help find the suspect. Meantime, classes and exams at Brown have been canceled for the rest of the semester.
Australian officials preparing to charge the surviving suspected gunman in Sunday's beachside shooting rampage. Investigators say the father-son attack was an act of terrorism. A vehicle registered to one of the suspects contained 2 homemade ISIS flags. At least 15 people were shot and killed as the crowd gathered to celebrate the first night of Hanukkah. And a man credited with disarming one of the suspected gunmen in the shooting was greeted in the hospital by the country's prime minister. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited the man, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, in a Sydney hospital. He was shot after tackling one of the 2 gunmen. Authorities say Ahmed's actions saved many others.
It's a great honour to meet Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He is a true Australian hero. People were being shot in front of him. He decided to take action, and his bravery is an inspiration for all Australians.
25 people injured in that shooting are still being treated in hospitals.
And the attack on the Jewish community in Australia is leading to action here in Chicago as well.
And Brian is in studio now with the latest. Brian?
Well, as people prepare to celebrate Hanukkah, Chicago police are stepping up patrols around synagogues and holiday events. There's plenty of mixed emotions at Monday night's Hanukkah parade in Skokie. Organizers say that they had a huge turnout despite that attack at Bondi Beach. Leaders of the Jewish community are encouraging everyone to gather and celebrate this week as a resilient community.
We're going to be louder and prouder, and we're going to celebrate. It's Hanukkah, and we don't want to not just diminish, we're going to go even stronger.
Chicago police say that at this time there is no known threat. Anthony?
Thank you, Brian. 2 men are due in court today. They're accused in the death of 16-year-old Devell Holden. Holden would have been a junior at Thornwood High School, but in early August, he was killed at his girlfriend's home right near 160th and Drexel. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Demond Smith were arrested and charged. Both will be in court today. A 16-year-old was also arrested. Police say Holden was not the intended target.
A man accused of killing a Southside dance coach in May of 2021 is sentenced to life in prison. Deontay Kimberly was charged in 2022 with shooting Verndell Smith. Surveillance video from 2021 shows Kimberly driving into a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot at 75th and King Drive and opening fire at Smith, who was talking on the phone at the time. Smith was shot multiple times, was taken to University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died.
Today, Governor Pritzker will sign the Transit Funding and Reform Bill. This is known as the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Act. As part of the new bill, drivers will pay an extra 45 cents per toll, and the higher tolls will be used to enhance toll roads. Additionally, $800 million will be diverted from the Illinois Gas Tax Fund to pay for transit improvements. The main goal here is to create a more unified public transportation system where CTA, PACE, and Metra all operate as a single entity.
And hopefully it makes your trip to work much easier in the future. Yes. 6:08 now this morning. So glad you're with us. And Mike is here as well. And he's got some good news.
Yes, after the weekend brutal Arctic attack, temperatures are coming up a little bit and a little bit more, a little bit more. You know, we're not screaming warm out there, but it's still better than it has been. All right, so let's look at our day planner today. We're going to see a lot of sunshine. That is a plus. And temperatures should get just a little bit above freezing. Not by a lot, but by a little. 23, bright start at 9, sunny and chilly at noon, 31 degrees, and then there you go, 34 degrees at 4 o'clock, with temperatures leveling off right about there, and they're not going to fall that much tonight, so overnight period, temperature may bottom out around 30. 10 right now at Aurora's Airport, 13 at Woodstock, 19 at Midway, in Morris 15, 18 at Gary, 14 at Valparaiso. A little bit of wind out there, but the temperatures now warmer than they were 24 hours ago by 12 degrees, in fact, at Midway, 13 degrees warmer in Merrillville, so we are stepping up from where we have been. That said, don't think that it's super balmy out there either. Look at these wind chills, a lot of single digits, but at least I don't have a minus sign by any of these numbers. The worst of it, Aurora's Airport, where it feels like 2 above 0. Lots of sunshine on the way today. Our Futurecast gives us a nice, beautiful, sunny sky, but there is some rain on the way. I'll tell you when that's going to move in just a little bit.
All right, thank you, Mike. The FBI foils a plot for New Year's Eve bombings in California. What they're saying now about the suspects. A firefighter and another woman are recovering after a fire at an apartment building in Uptown.
This one broke out around 2 this morning at a building on North Glenwood. It's now out. And both victims were hospitalized with minor injuries. And still no word yet this morning on what caused that fire.
2 people hospitalized after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old teen were stabbed after they were approached by 2 people. The victims ran to a CTA Orange Line platform where they were treated. No arrests have been made.
The son of Rob Reiner is expected to make his first court appearance today. He is accused of murdering his parents. 32-year-old Nick Reiner is in jail. He is being held without bail. Rob and Michelle Reiner were found dead in their Los Angeles home on Sunday. A motive for this attack remains unclear. And we are getting the clearest look yet at the suspected gunman who killed 2 students and hurt 9 others at Brown University on Saturday.
Officials released new videos of the person of interest roughly 2 hours before the shooting. Fox's Kaylee Schuyler joins us live from Providence, Rhode Island with the latest. Kaylee?
Natalie and Anthony, police are over 72 hours into this manhunt, and they are desperately looking for any clues or evidence that can help them crack this case. The new pictures and videos still aren't super clear, but they're hoping there's something recognizable about the person of interest, especially to those who might be close to him. The man is described as 5'8" with a stocky build. He's wearing dark clothing with a face mask and a black beanie. Police say the shooter used a 9mm handgun to fire more than 40 rounds into a classroom during a final exam review on Saturday, but a gun hasn't been recovered. And the FBI is now offering a $50,000 reward for help in arresting the suspect. Officers are going door to door, asking neighbors to check their home surveillance cameras for any clues that could help. And it was around 1 o'clock yesterday when they were in this area. They were brushing through snow and digging through dumpsters in neighborhoods near the campus looking for any evidence. We also saw them put some small items into brown paper bags to take into evidence, but officials say they are working around the clock during this manhunt.
We are tracking down leads, canvassing neighborhoods, and developing intelligence. And right now, our evidence response teams remain on campus processing the scene. And folks from our lab from Quantico are documenting the trajectories of the bullets to reconstruct the scene. It's painstaking work.
There's a small memorial growing out here in front of the engineering building, and we now know it was a 19-year-old girl and an 18-year-old boy who died in the shooting, but we don't know if there was a connection between them and the shooter. The mayor of Providence maintains that the community is safe, even though they've admitted they don't know where the shooter is. In Providence, Rhode Island, Kaylee Schuyler, Fox 32 Chicago.
So frightening. Thank you so much, Kaylee. Well, the FBI says it has put a stop to a planned New Year's Eve terror attack believed to be targeting Los Angeles. Several attacks planned here. The agency says members of an extremist group were allegedly plotting to carry out bombings across at least 5 locations. 4 suspects were charged and arrested Friday while preparing to test their explosives in the California desert. The suspects are part of the group Turtle Liberation Front, known for their pro-Palestinian and anti-government views.
The subject arrested envisioned planting backpacks with improvised explosive devices to be detonated at multiple locations in Southern California, targeting U.S. companies.
The suspects have been charged with conspiracy and possession of destructive devices. More charges are pending.
The 2 Iowa National Guard members killed by ISIS in Syria are being identified. The U.S. Army says those 2 soldiers were Sergeants 25-year-old Edgar Brian Torres Tovar and 29-year-old William Nathaniel Howard, and they were both working with local partners when an attacker shot them over the weekend. An American interpreter was also killed. 3 others were injured. President Trump says serious retaliation is expected for that attack.
U.S. is agreeing to provide security guarantees to Ukraine as part of its deal to end the war with Russia. U.S. officials continued negotiations with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky over the weekend in Berlin. Zelensky expressed his willingness to drop Ukraine's bid to join NATO for more security from Western nations in return. Now, to provide these guarantees, it would first have to pass the U.S. Senate.
All right, 6:17. Let's head back over to Mike Kaplan to figure out all the details about this thaw out.
Yes, it's going to be gradual, a couple of degrees above freezing today, and then we'll have even some warmer days tomorrow, and especially on Thursday. There's still quite a bit of snow on the ground. Let's take a look at this map here. This shows snow cover, and I'm really focusing on the Midwest and parts of the East where there is a pretty good snowpack. I'll highlight a few spots where the snow is particularly thick, downwind of some of the Great Lakes and the Upper Peninsula, northern Michigan, then coming off of Lake Erie and Ontario. You see those bigger numbers. But what about in the Chicago area? How much snow is on the ground there? Well, let's just tap a couple of spots, and we're seeing a few spots in northwest Indiana, only about an inch of snow on the ground, maybe 5 around Wheaton. Let's take it to northern Kane County there, where it could be close to 8 inches of snow. Here north of Woodstock, I know it's hard to see, but that's going to be probably an 8. That's a 9. In the city, there's obviously less snow, and most of that's what I'm going to call snert, because we have that snow and dirt combination. Our weather team is putting together something for our digital channels, which will cover whether we could have a white Christmas or not. Doubt that we're going to see much snow between now and then, but will all of that snow be melted to the point that there is no snow left on Christmas? We shall see. Definitely some warmer temperatures in this forecast. 34, 36 today and tomorrow. We'll get some rain, but a 46 on Thursday. Could be a brief snow shower late in the day as colder air comes in for a one-day visit. We'll be back in the low 40s on Sunday. And then 40s on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, temperatures close to normal before what I think will be a bigger warm-up just in time for Christmas. Flashing red lights. Sky Fox is over what, Gabrielle?
Well, Mike, you know, this is over the scene where Roseanne is at right now, over in Uptown. This is that apartment fire that has been struck out, but still, there are some street closures that we should talk about. It's really only Argyle and Glenwood Avenue that are closed right now, so Broadway, Clark that are close by, they are unaffected. But as you see, it's still a very active scene. Roseanne will give us an update on that and tell us the details here very soon. Let's talk about your drive times, though. If you are coming into the city, still at just 25 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, around the same on the Eisenhower, 30 minutes on the Stevenson, 20 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Byrne interchange. Those two crash icons, we talked about this one. Also a new one over in Bloomingdale, Bloomingdale, excuse me. It is at Lake Street in Bloomingdale, a pretty busy intersection there. Let's talk about BNSF Railway 2 coming from the western burbs. Train 1230 scheduled to depart Aurora at 7:17. It will not operate. It's due to mechanical issues going on. I told you that we'd probably see some delays on some of these trains coming into the city this morning. Make sure you check your train status. There is another train that will accommodate. Natalie and Anthony.
Okay, Gabby, thank you very much. Coming up, we're going to talk about why the FDA is sending a warning to major retailers over the ByHeart Baby formula recall. Stay with us. Welcome back, 623. A little warmer today, everybody. We got through the worst of it. We'll check back in with Mike in just a second. To some news now. This is sad for folks at DePaul. DePaul University cutting staff in order to fix their budget deficit. The university is going to be laying off more than 100 staff members. The cuts represent a little more than 7% of the full and part-time staff. The goal here is to slash spending by more than $27 million over the next year as the school faces a $12.6 million budget deficit. The revenue loss is the result of a dramatic drop in international enrollment.
The Trump administration is defending its plan to build a new White House ballroom, telling a federal judge the project must continue for national security. It's in response to a lawsuit from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is trying to stop the project until it goes through additional reviews and congressional approval. The administration says security standards require work to continue.
President Trump ramping up his campaign against fentanyl, naming the drug a weapon of mass destruction. He signed an executive order at the White House yesterday while talking about crackdowns at the southern border. This order gives the Trump administration more tools to target countries and groups that are connected to the drug trade. President Trump previously imposed tariffs on Mexico and China, claiming that they weren't doing enough to stop the flow of fentanyl entering the U.S.
The FDA claims some of the largest retailers failed to promptly pull ByHeart infant formula from the shelves after a recall due to potential botulism contamination. Warning letters claim Walmart, Target, Kroger, and Albertsons continued to sell the formula for days, even weeks after the recall. The botulism outbreak sickened more than 50 babies in 19 states.
Doctors are calling for cigarette-style warnings on GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic. There's growing concern that the popular weight loss drugs are triggering eating disorders. GLP-1s work by mimicking the hormones that naturally curb a person's appetite, slows digestion, and regulates blood sugar levels. As a result, people feel fuller longer and they eat smaller portions. Doctors recommend patients taking GLP-1s talk to a mental health professional, not just a primary care doc.
And actor Anthony Geary, who famously played Luke Spencer on General Hospital, has died. A family member says the soap opera star passed away yesterday in Amsterdam. While an official cause of death is unclear, there are reports that he died of complications from a planned surgery. Geary was mostly known for his role on General Hospital, earning 8 Daytime Emmy Awards. He was 78 years old.
All right, ahead of the Winter Olympics in a few months from now, we now know Mariah Carey will be performing at the opening ceremony. That's happening February 6th. The organizing committee says Carey, quote, fully represents the emotional atmosphere that accompanies the run-up to the games. Grammy winner is the first international star named for that opening ceremony. Winter Games are being held in Italy, in Milan.
I love this story. Portillo's is adding another restaurant downtown, and this one will be on Michigan Avenue. Block Club Chicago says building permits filed with the city show the location will be for 300 North Michigan Avenue. That's just south of the Chicago River. This will be right next to us,
That's
Anthony.
Right.
This will be the second downtown location and fourth in the city. So plenty of chocolate cake for everybody.
Yes, exactly. A little Italian beef, perhaps, Mike Kaplan.
Yes, it's a precursor. Everything, though, leads up to the chocolate
cake.
You gotta
Exactly.
have the chocolate cake. Hey, I got to just mention, you were talking about, Anthony Geary dying. There was another star from the 70s, guy who wrote one of my favorite songs, She's a Bad Mamma Jamma, just passed away, Carl Carlton. I know you're familiar with that song. I think he was 72. All right, we have weather today that's going to be a little bit warmer, 34, and a little bit warmer tomorrow, and then much warmer on Thursday. What about the weekend? What about the forecast for the Bears-Packers game? I've got that coming up.
There's no place.
Good morning, everybody. It's 6:30. Welcome back to Good Day Chicago.
And here's some of the stories we're following for you this Tuesday morning. 2 people injured, including a Chicago firefighter, after a fire at an apartment building on the city's north side.
The son of Rob Reiner is due in court today after he was charged in the death of the director and his wife.
Chicago increasing patrols around Hanukkah celebrations after the shooting in Australia targeted the Jewish community.
And we are in for a little bit of a warm-up today. Here at 6:30, good view there. Mike Kaplan, how warm or less cold are we going to get today, sir?
That's probably well put there, Anthony. It's going to be less cold. Everything is relative, right? Compared with where we have been, this is warmer, but it's still not that warm out there, especially this morning. We still have a few spots in the single digits. Beautiful sky, though. We're about 45, 50 minutes away from a beautiful sunrise. You're going to see a lot of sun today. No big storms on the map. We see a little bit of snow coming off some of the Great Lakes. Fortunately, the rain beginning to let up in the Pacific Northwest. Let's talk a little bit about something going on this Saturday night right here in town. Packers visiting the Bears. Kickoff is at 7:20 at Soldier Field. I think the temperature at that time is going to be 35 degrees and it'll be perfectly dry. Current temperatures, there are some cold numbers out there. You still want the heavy coat. 18 at O'Hare, 15 Woodstock, 14 at Valparaiso. I think all of us have a really good chance of getting just a little bit above freezing today. All right, let's check out one of the interstates. Gabriella, what do we see behind you?
Mike, we're looking at the Dan Ryan Expressway. A nice shot for this early morning commute. We're at about 30 minutes from 95th to the Burn interchange. And as I say that, of course, is breaking up a little bit. Let's go over to our other drive times here. Luckily, no incidents to report on any of our expressways. And some of those that were happening over in the northwest suburbs, those has cleared. 35 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. I'm going to call it 35 as well on the Eisenhower. We had that earlier crash inbound near North Avenue that might still have a little bit of cleanup going on. 30 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Looking okay on your way back to the airport at 25 minutes. Natalie.
Gabby, breaking overnight, 2 people hospitalized after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old teen were walking when 2 people approached them. One of those people attacked the woman and the teen with a sharp object. The victims ran away and relocated to the Orange Line platform. The woman is listed in serious condition, while the teen is in good condition. The incident is still under investigation.
And fire crews had to respond to an apartment fire that broke out on the north side of the city.
Roseanne is there live and joins us with more this morning. Roseanne.
Well, the fire is out now, but we do understand that 1 woman and 1 firefighter were injured in this early morning fire. We're told their injuries are not serious. But what a scene earlier this morning when the fire broke out, just about 1:15. The flames were intense, and there was an army of firefighters you could see on the street, on the back porches. Some residents say they awoke to a knock on their door, firefighters telling them their building was in flames. It's a 3-story, 24-unit building, so a pretty large building here on Argyle. It's actually on Glenwood near Argyle. Residents were sent out into the cold. There was a Red Cross people here to help them out, also a Salvation Army truck. One resident says he woke to his neighbor's screams. When he saw her from the porch, he said there was a wall of orange behind her, and he took off to find his cats.
I have 2 cats, so I immediately ran up to my apartment, started trying to grab my cats. I first grabbed the cat carrier and tried to put that stupid thing together. Didn't work. Wasn't wearing any pants, wasn't really wearing clothing, and I didn't have any pockets, so I had my cell phone in my hand. I was trying to grab my cats. I threw my cell phone so I could grab my cats. Chucked the cats out the door.
And he is just hoping to be reunited with those cats. You see a group of residents outside of the building right now. Again, the fire is out. The building is dark. We understand board-up crews may be on the way, but these residents are still trying to find out where they stand, if they can enter their units at all. Many of them have already found places to go to stay warm. None, right now are talking to us they've got their hands full with their own situation here. Very serious fire this morning on Glenwood. But the good news, those 2 injuries appear to have been minor, and the fire is out. Still 24 units, so many people looking for shelter this morning, unfortunately. And very dangerous conditions out here. A sheet of ice after this fire this morning, which presented a big challenge for firefighters, some of whom I saw take tumble on the ground here. Back to you now in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Roseanne. The son of Rob Reiner is expected to make his first court appearance today, accused of murdering his parents. 32-year-old Nick Reiner is in jail. He's being held without bail. Rob and Michelle Reiner were found dead in their Los Angeles home Sunday, apparently stabbed to death. A motive remains unclear at this point, but police say homicide investigators determined Nick was responsible for their deaths.
Meantime, in Rhode Island, new video of a person of interest in the Brown University shooting now being shared publicly. There it is right there. Authorities once again searching for a shooter accused of killing 2 students Saturday, injuring a number of others. A person of interest was in custody but was released. That individual released on Sunday.
And we believe that that's the same individual that we showed you from the previous video that we released. We have a tip line which is staffed with officers from the Providence Police as well as analysts, and they're taking calls as we speak.
A $50,000 reward is being offered to help find the suspect. Classes and exams at Brown have been canceled for the remainder of the semester.
Australian officials are preparing to charge the surviving suspected gunman in Sunday's beachside shooting rampage. Investigators say the father-son attack was an act of terrorism. A vehicle registered to one of the suspects contained 2 homemade ISIS flags. At least 15 people were shot and killed as a crowd gathered to celebrate the first night of Hanukkah. And a man credited with disarming one of the suspected gunmen in that Australia shooting was greeted in the hospital by the country's prime minister. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited Ahmed Al-Ahmed in a Sydney hospital. He was shot after tackling one of 2 gunmen. Authorities say Ahmed's action saved many others.
It's a great honour to meet Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He is a true Australian hero. People were being shot in front of him. He decided to take action, and his bravery is an inspiration for all Australians.
25 people injured in the shooting are still being treated in hospitals.
And the attack on the Jewish community in Australia is actually leading to action here in Chicago.
Brian's in studio now with the latest on that. Brian?
Well, as people prepare to celebrate Hanukkah, Chicago police are stepping up patrols around synagogues and holiday events. There's plenty of mixed emotions at Monday night's Hanukkah parade in Skokie. Organizers say that they had a huge turnout despite that attack at Bondi Beach. Leaders of the Jewish community are encouraging everyone to gather and celebrate this week as a resilient community.
We're going to be louder and prouder, and we're going to celebrate. It's Hanukkah, and we don't want to not just diminish, we're going to go even stronger.
Chicago police say that there is no known threat at this time. Anthony?
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. 2 men are due in court today. They are accused in the death of 16-year-old Devell Holden. Holden would have been a junior at Thornwood High School, but in early August he was killed at his girlfriend's home right near 160th and Drexel. That's in South Holland. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 21-year-old Damon Smith were arrested and charged here. Both will be in court today. A 16-year-old was also arrested. Police say Holden was not the intended target.
A man accused of killing a Southside dance coach in May of 2021 is sentenced to life in prison. Deontay Kimberly was charged in 2022 with shooting Verndell Smith. Surveillance video from 2021 shows Kimberly driving into a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot at 75th and King Drive and opening fire at Smith, who was talking on the phone. Smith was shot multiple times, was taken to University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died.
Today, Governor Pritzker will sign the Transit Funding and Reform Bill. This is known as the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Act. As part of the new bill, drivers are going to be paying an extra 45 cents per toll, with those higher tolls being used to enhance toll roads. In addition, $800 million will be diverted from the Illinois Gas Tax Fund to pay for transit improvements. The main goal here is to create a more unified public transportation system where CTA, PACE, and Metra all operate as one.
6:40 now, and we want to send it back over to Mike Kaplan for a look at the amazing forecast on the way.
It's a heck of a lot better than
there you go.
We have had 19 of the past 20 days have been colder than normal. Today is probably going to be our 20th out of 21st, but just slightly. Okay. And then we're going to turn the corner a little bit here. Let's look at our Weather Authority Futurecast. You're going to see a lot of sunshine today. That's going to help a little bit with temperatures, which right now we're pretty cold. We still have a lot of teens. Few spots have dropped into the single digits. With that sunshine and a south-southwest wind, temperatures should get just a little bit above freezing today. There may be a few higher clouds coming in the afternoon. Our model is showing this broken area of sprinkles this evening. I'm unimpressed with that. What I do think will happen is an increase in cloud cover, and tomorrow will not be as sunny as today, and that may hold temperatures down just a little bit, how warm they might have otherwise gotten with more sunshine like today. That said, I still think we can get above freezing tomorrow. Here's the rain coming through. Really, this is almost exclusively a Thursday morning deal, so it's going to be wet pavement for the morning commute. If there's any snow, it will not be immediately behind this. It will come in a few hours later, tied to the surge of colder air, and that's not going to be an accumulation of snow. It's just a little reminder yet. It's still winter. 34 today, seasonably cold, lots of sunshine. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy with a low of 30. Check out the 7-day forecast. A little bit of a dip coming in here after that 46 Thursday, 26 on Friday, but then temperatures get back again a little above normal Saturday, close to normal Sunday, Monday, before an even bigger warm-up, headed just in time for Christmas. Natalie?
Thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come for you here on Good Day Chicago. Why President Trump is now suing the BBC for $10 billion. And the last pennies ever made sell for big bucks at auction. A luxury wine heist in Virginia. How the thieves made off with thousands of dollars worth of wine. We'll be right back. The FBI says it has put a stop to planned New Year's Eve terrorist attacks believed to be targeting Los Angeles. Agency says members of an extremist group were allegedly plotting to carry out bombings across at least 5 locations. 4 suspects were charged and arrested Friday while preparing to test those explosives in the California desert. The suspects are part of the group Turtle Liberation Front, known for their pro-Palestinian and anti-government views.
The subject arrested envisioned planting backpacks with improvised explosive devices to be detonated at multiple locations in Southern California, targeting U.S. companies.
The suspects have been charged with conspiracy and possession of a destructive device. More charges are pending.
The U.S. military says it carried out strikes on 3 more suspected drug boats in the eastern Pacific Ocean. 8 people were killed. The Trump administration is facing increasing scrutiny over this boat strike campaign, which has now killed nearly 100 people since early September.
A jury in Massachusetts finds Brian Walsh guilty of his wife's murder. Walsh's wife Anna went missing on New Year's Day nearly 3 years ago. Walsh was already convicted for misleading police and illegally disposing of Anna's body after pleading guilty to the lesser charges last month. Defense attorneys argued Walsh panicked and hid his wife's body after she died suddenly. Prosecutors argued Walsh was motivated by Anna's life insurance policy and because she was having an affair.
President Trump is filing a defamation lawsuit against the BBC over edited clips of a speech that appeared to show the president commanding supporters to storm the U.S. Capitol back on January 6, 2021. The clips appeared in a Panorama documentary titled Trump: A Second Chance that aired 1 week before the election. Trump is asking for $10 billion in damages. The chair of the BBC apologized for the, quote, error in judgment regarding the edit and promised not to air the documentary again. DePaul University, this is sad for a lot of folks up there. They are cutting staff in order to fix their budget deficit. We'll tell you just how many staff members are expected to be let go. That's coming up.
The big
A firefighter and another woman recovering after a fire in an apartment building in Uptown.
The fire started around 2 a.m. at a building on North Glenwood. It's now been put out. Both victims were hospitalized with minor injuries. We still have no word yet this morning on what caused that fire.
2 people hospitalized after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old teen were stabbed after they were approached by 2 people. They ran to a CTA Orange Line platform where they were treated. No arrests have been made.
The son of Rob Reiner is expected to make his first court appearance today. He is accused of murdering his parents. 32-year-old Nick Reiner is in jail. He is being held without bail. Rob and Michelle Reiner were found dead in their Los Angeles home on Sunday, with the motive here still unclear.
And at 6:50, we give you a live look outside the city, even though it's so cold. It's so beautiful. Mike Kaplan is here, and we've got just a teeny tiny, I want to say, put away the hot toddies and get out the pina coladas, because it's a-coming.
Not quite, baby.
Okay.
Although I like a pina colada even in the winters. No shame in that. No shame in that. But look, while it is going to be a little bit warmer, kids going to the bus stop, give them the full winter gear again. Temperatures in most areas are going to be in the mid to upper teens. A little bit warmer in the city, maybe a 20 here in a few minutes, but it's still cold. Wind chills in the low teens. 31 at noon. Bright sunshine, though, and on the ride home, bright but brisk with a temperature of 34 degrees, close to the normal high for this time of year. So what are the current temps? Mainly teens. 10, not technically a teen, I guess, there in Aurora's airport. 18 at Gary, 19 at Chicago's Lakefront. Chicago Heights coming in with 16. Yes, it's warmer now than it was yesterday at 6 a.m. by a dozen degrees at Midway, 11 degrees warmer at Gary and O'Hare. So we're pointed, at least in my opinion, in the right direction. That said, we do have some low wind chills. At least they're positive numbers. Instead of minus whatever, it is plus 11 at Midway and 8 above at Valparaiso. Here's the extended temperature outlook, taking us almost through the end of the year. But it's the last week of December, and it includes Christmas. And above average temperatures are still likely for that period across the majority of the country. So we do have a few ups and downs here and there. We'll hit 46 on Thursday with some rain in the morning. 26 is it after a cold start Friday. But then we bounce up to 42 degrees. Should be beautiful weather Saturday night for that football game with the Packers visiting. And then we'll be in the mid-30s Sunday and Monday ahead of what I think will be a bigger warm-up just in time for the Christmas holiday. 6:52, let's check back in with Sky Fox and Gabriella to find out where you might see a delay.
Hey, good morning, Mike. We're traveling northbound with Sky Fox up the Tri-State. This is near the Eisenhower. A little bit of stop-and-go traffic as you approach I-55. If you're heading northbound on 294, just keep that in mind, but shouldn't be more than a 10-minute delay, honestly, right now. No incidents to report here. Let's take a closer look at a couple spots where we're seeing just a little extra traffic on the Bishop Ford as you approach 95th. Add 10 more minutes to your trip there. I-57 not looking too packed this morning, though. And then, of course, here's the Stevenson at Central. You're going to see traffic starting around First Avenue today, all the way to around Pulaski. Let's take a look at those drive times for you. 35 minutes on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Still under 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan. 35 minutes on the Eisenhower, and close to 40 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Anthony, back to you.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate it. DePaul University is cutting staff in order to fix their budget deficit. University is going to be laying off more than 100 staff members. These cuts represent a little more than 7% of the full and part-time staff, so it is significant here. Goal is to slash spending by more than $27 million over the next year as the school faces a $12.6 million budget deficit. The revenue loss is the result of a dramatic drop in international enrollment.
The Trump administration defending its plan to build a new White House ballroom, telling a federal judge the project has to continue for national security. It's in response to a lawsuit from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is trying to halt the project until it goes through additional reviews and congressional approval. The administration says security standards require work to continue.
President Trump ramping up his campaign against fentanyl. He has named the drug a weapon of mass destruction. He signed the executive order at the White House yesterday while talking about crackdowns going on at the southern border. This order gives the Trump administration more tools to target countries and groups that are connected to the drug trade. President Trump previously imposed tariffs on both Mexico and China, claiming that they weren't doing enough to stop the flow of fentanyl into the U.S.
Actor Anthony Geary, who famously played Luke Spencer on General Hospital, has died. A family member says the soap opera star died yesterday in Amsterdam. While an official cause of death is unclear, there are reports that he died from complications from a planned surgery. Geary was mostly known for his role on General Hospital, earning 8 Daytime Emmy Awards. He was 78 years old.
All right, ahead of the Winter Olympics, this is happening in just a few months. We learned that Mariah Carey will be performing at the opening ceremony, which is happening on February 6th. The organizing committee says that Mariah Carey, quote, fully represents the emotional atmosphere that accompanies the run-up to the games. The Grammy Award winner is the first international star named for the opening ceremony performance. Winter Games are being held in Milan, Italy. They're coming right up. All right, they're worth 1 cent at the store, but the last pennies ever made sold for a fortune. In an historic auction, the final set of circulating pennies sold for $800,000. There they are, 2025. The set includes 1 coin from Denver, 1 from Philly, and a special 24-karat gold version. In total, that auction brought in more than $16.7 million, with collectors bidding on 232 different sets. That $800,000 sale now ranks as the most valuable modern U.S. coin item ever sold. Coin collecting is a big thing.
It is.
Big hobby,
yes.
yeah.
I know people that buy like or get the coins in bulk and then sort through them and look for misprints and things like that. An investigation is underway after a luxury wine heist. Investigators say last month, 2 wig-wearing suspects pretended to be event planners in Virginia. The thieves asked for a tour of a wine cellar. And that's when the woman distracted staff and the man swiped several bottles of wine worth $45,000. He swapped the bottles out with cheaper corkscrew versions.
The whole thing, looking back in retrospect, was very well rehearsed. Just her rapid-fire questions, keeping me distracted, having me look through the cellar and show her examples of things that she had questions about for her boss that this whole event was supposedly for.
He swapped them out for a screw top, not corkscrew, screw top.
Got it.
See, I'm used to the boxed wine, so even the screw top is a little pricey.
Where there's
for
a
me.
little nozzle on the bottom, those box ones, yes.
Exactly. Yes. The woman was caught at the scene. She was taken into custody. Police say the man is still on the run. 2 bottles were recovered, but 6 are still missing. And for the first time ever, you can't look at me as a suspect in this heist.
Natalie's not responsible for this one. Although you do appreciate the finer things in life.
I do when I'm not pregnant. That's correct.
Okay. All right, we got more to get to here on Good Day Chicago, so keep it right here. We'll be right back after this short break.
The holiday.
Welcome back. Several states, including Illinois and Wisconsin, are joining a lawsuit against Uber over its subscription methods.
21 states and D.C. were added to an amended complaint originally filed by the FTC in April. It claims the company used deceptive practices for its Uber One subscription. The lawsuit claims users did not receive free deliveries or savings on orders as promised. Uber is also accused of signing people up for the subscription without their knowledge.
Ford is expecting to lose nearly $20 billion from scaling back EV plans. The automaker is ending production of all of its all-electric F-150 Lightning models and plans to shift toward more gas and hybrid models. Ford estimates by 2030 around half of its global lineup will include hybrids, extended range EVs, and pure EVs.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
Right now at 7 o'clock, 2 people are injured, including a Chicago firefighter after a fire broke out at an apartment building on the north side of the city.
The son of Rob Reiner is due in court today after he was charged in the death of the director and his wife.
Chicago is increasing patrols around Hanukkah celebrations after the shooting in Australia targeted the Jewish community.
And let's take a live look outside this morning. And we are expecting hamburgers in paradise, friends. We've got warmer weather on the way. Finally out of the sub-zero wind chills. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here. Hope your morning's off to a great start. And yeah, hopefully you don't get too many complaints into the complaint department later today.
Far fewer than we've been getting, in recent days. But look, it's still not going to be super warm today, so you still want the heavy coat on, and hat and gloves will be your best friend too here, especially during the morning hours. But we've done away, as Natalie was just mentioning, with all these sub-zero wind chills, at least for a while. The Arctic air is retreating. Today, sunshine and near freezing temperatures. Milder air tomorrow, and even more so on Thursday, but there will be some rain coming in Thursday morning. A quick cold shot Friday, that's followed by milder air this weekend, and I think even milder air going into next week. But it's chilly out there now. Don't go out without the heavy coat. 18 at O'Hare, 14 at Woodstock and Morris, 18 at Gary, Michigan City, and Valparaiso. It is 16. Temperatures, that's one story. The other's a wind chill. A few spots do have single digits there, including all of northwest Indiana. And it feels like 11 degrees at O'Hare right now. Let's check in with Gabriella Primus and find out more about this morning's commute.
Hey, good morning, Mike. Here's a look at Skyfox right now. This is over, we think, West Lakeview. This is the alert from CTA right now. Service on the Yellow Line has been temporarily suspended due to a track condition near the area of Hamlin, so we made our way over there. It looks like a minor derailment on an unoccupied train right now. So crews obviously getting to work there. Know that there's probably going to be delays with other trains as well, especially the Yellow Line coming up here until they get this taken care of. Let's take a look at your roads where we have no major incidents that are slowing people down, but a little bit of traffic on all of the expressways. 40 minutes on the Kennedy, close to that on the Eisenhower. Still calling it 35 on the Stevenson from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and just 30 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn Interchange. Natalie.
Gabby, breaking overnight, 2 people hospitalized after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old teen were walking when they were approached by 2 people. One of those people attacked the woman and the teen with a sharp object. The victims ran away. They relocated to the Orange Line platform. The woman is listed in serious condition while the teen is in good condition. That incident is still under investigation.
Also breaking this morning, crews had to respond to an apartment fire on the city's north side.
Roseanne is there this morning and she joins us live. Roseanne.
Right, and finally, with the light of day, we're getting a better idea of what happened out here. The fire is out. One woman was treated for smoke inhalation, and we're told a firefighter was also taken to the hospital but is in good condition. But what a terrifying start to the day for residents of this apartment building on Glenwood and Argyle. The fire starting around 1:15 with intense flames spreading quickly. We're told the fire began on the first level of this 3-story building with about 24 units, and residents could be seen gathering on the ice-covered sidewalk out front in the cold, but everybody did make it out of the building safely. They say their neighbors were extremely helpful, providing blankets and support. Firefighters were out in force, gathered on the rear porches. Many of them had knocked on doors, alerting residents to the fire. One resident described how the morning unfolded for him.
I woke up to my lower neighbor screaming and yelling, and then I went down to see what was going on. And when I looked into her back door, I saw her silhouette in front of orange and red.
Back live, there are a group of residents still gathered out in front of the building, wondering if they'll be able to retrieve any of their belongings or where they go from here. There's been a lot of assistance for them this morning. Salvation Army providing food and drink, the Red Cross helping them determine next steps, and also a warming bus just to stay warm in the moments in between. But again, the fire is struck and the injuries were minor. here in Uptown this morning. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Roseanne, thank you for the update there. More developments this morning in the murder of famed Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife, Michelle.
Jake Hamilton joins us with the latest now on that.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, guys. Reiner's 32-year-old son, Nick Reiner, is being held without bail. Los Angeles police say he is responsible for the murders of his parents. Nick will make his first court appearance today. The case is being turned over to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, and that's when charges actually might be filed against him. Rob and Michelle were seen arguing with their son, Nick, at Conan O'Brien's holiday party Saturday night. It was described as a very loud argument, after which Rob and Michelle then left the party. Rob and Nick actually worked together on a film called Being Charlie back in 2015, which is a semi-autobiographical retelling of Nick's struggles with drug addiction. It was written by Nick and directed by Rob. President Trump doubled down on his thoughts on Rob Reiner yesterday, calling the director, quote, a deranged person. The president posted on social media yesterday that Reiner's deaths were, quote, due to the anger Reiner caused others through his Trump derangement syndrome. However, Michelle Obama appeared on Jimmy Kimmel last night and responded to those thoughts and revealed that she and former President Barack Obama were actually supposed to meet with Reiner the night he and Michelle were killed.
We've known them for many, many years, and we were supposed to be seeing them that night, last night, and we got the news. And let me just say this, unlike some people, Rob and Michelle Reiner are some of the most decent, courageous people you ever want to know. They're not deranged.
Reiner had spent quite a bit of time in Chicago lately. He had a guest starring role in the past few seasons of The Bear, which brought him to our city quite a bit. Later on in this hour, we're going to look back at some of my conversations with Rob Reiner over the years. But for now, back over to you.
Oh, it's so sad. All right, Jake, thank you for that update. In Rhode Island, meantime, police are releasing new video of a new person of interest in the Brown University shooting. They're sharing it publicly, hoping to get some leads here. Authorities once again searching for a shooter. This shooter accused of killing 2 students on Saturday. Now, another person of interest had been in custody but was released on Sunday.
And we believe that that's the same individual that we showed you from the previous video that we released. We have a tip line which is staffed with officers from the Providence Police as well as analysts, and they're taking calls as we speak.
A $50,000 reward is being offered to help find the suspect. Meantime, classes and exams at Brown have been canceled for the rest of the semester.
Australian officials are preparing to charge the surviving suspected gunman in Sunday's beachside shooting rampage. Investigators say the father-son attack was an act of terrorism. A vehicle registered to one of the suspects contained 2 homemade ISIS flags. At least 15 people were shot and killed as the crowd gathered to celebrate the first night of Hanukkah. And a man credited with disarming one of the suspected gunmen in the shooting was greeted in the hospital by the country's prime minister. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited Ahmed Al-Ahmed in a Sydney hospital. There's video of that encounter. He was shot after tackling one of the 2 gunmen. Authorities say Ahmed's actions saved many others.
It was a great honour to meet Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He is a true Australian hero. People were being shot in front of him. He decided to take action, and his bravery is an inspiration for all Australians.
25 people injured in the shooting are still being treated in hospitals.
And that attack on the Jewish community in Australia is leading to action here in Chicago.
Brian is in studio now with the latest. Brian?
As people prepare to celebrate Hanukkah, Chicago police are stepping up patrols around synagogues and holiday events. There's plenty of mixed emotions at Monday night's Hanukkah parade in Skokie. Organizers say that they had a huge turnout despite that attack at Bondi Beach. Leaders of the Jewish community are encouraging everyone to gather and celebrate this week as one resilient community.
We're going to be louder and prouder, and we're going to celebrate. It's Hanukkah, and we don't want to not just diminish, we're going to go even stronger.
Chicago police say that there is no known threat at this time. Anthony?
Thank you very much, Brian. 2 men are due in court today accused in the death of 16-year-old DeVell Holden. Holden would have been a junior at Thornwood High School, but in early August, He was killed at his girlfriend's home near 160th and Drexel Avenue. That's in South Holland. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Damon Smith were both arrested, both charged. Both will appear in court today. A 16-year-old, another one, was also arrested here. Police say Holden was not the intended target.
A man accused of killing a Southside dance coach in May of 2021 is sentenced to life in prison. Deontay Kimberly was charged in 2022 with shooting Verndell Smith. Surveillance video from 2021 shows Kimberly driving into a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot at 75th and King Drive and opening fire at Smith, who was talking on the phone. Smith was shot multiple times. He was taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died.
Today, Governor Pritzker will sign the Transit Funding and Reform Bill. This is known as the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Act. As part of the new bill, drivers, we're going to be paying an extra 45 cents per toll, and those higher tolls will then be used to enhance toll roads. In addition, $800 million are going to be diverted from the Illinois Gas Tax Fund to pay for transit improvements, with the main goal here, creating a more unified public transportation system where CTA, PACE, and Metra will operate as one.
7:10, and we want to give you a live look outside at the city. It's so cold out there, but the good news is we're in the positive digits so far this morning, Mike.
Even with the wind chill, and that is a step in the right direction. You're going to see a lot of sunshine. Now, we're coming up to the point now where we have our latest sunrise, and the winter solstice is this weekend, and that'll mark the shortest day of the year, which means that days will be, yes, not the full day, but I'm talking about the daylight portion of the days, will be getting longer in the not-too-distant future. Still quite a bit of snow on the ground, and our weather team's putting together a special for our digital platforms dealing with the likelihood of a white Christmas around here. This is a map showing the snow cover. Let me touch on a few spots here. This light blue area is kind of a 1 to 3 inch, covers much of Cook County here. In the darker blues, this is where we're looking at maybe 4 or 5 inch snowfall areas. So you see there's quite a variety of snowpack on the ground, but it is going to be getting eaten away with warmer temperatures. But will all 5 to 6 inches of snow on the ground be evaporated and taken away in time for Christmas? We shall see. Today, limited melting with a high of 34 degrees, but we're going to see plenty of sunshine. Southwest winds at 8 to 18 miles per hour. The weekend forecast, including a specific forecast for the Bears-Packers game, is moments away.
Oh, well. All right, we'll stand by for that. Thank you, sir. The FBI foils a plot for New Year's Eve bombings in California, coming up what they are saying about the suspects. Stay with us.
Shop my
Welcome back, 7:15. Heads up, if you use the Skokie Swift, we're following some breaking news here. Service on the CTA Yellow Line is right now temporarily suspended. This is due to a track issue right near Hamlin. So at this point, temporarily, shuttle buses are available to connect folks between the Howard stop, and the end of the Skokie Swift, going in both directions. So heads up there if you are up on the north side.
A firefighter and another woman are recovering after a fire at an apartment building in Uptown.
Yes, this one broke out around 2 a.m. at a building on North Glenwood. It has now been put out. Both the victims, the firefighter and the individual who lived there, are now hospitalized with minor injuries, and we are still waiting for word on what caused that fire.
2 people also hospitalized after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old teen were stabbed after they were approached by 2 people. After the incident, those victims ran to a CTA Orange Line platform where they were treated. No arrests have been made.
The son of Rob Reiner is expected to make his first court appearance today. He is accused of murdering his parents. 32-year-old Nick Reiner is in jail. He is being held without bail. Rob and Michelle Reiner were found dead in their Los Angeles home on Sunday, with the motive here remains unclear this morning.
The FBI says it has put a stop to planned New Year's Eve terrorist attacks believed to be targeting Los Angeles. The agency says members of an extremist group were allegedly plotting to carry out bombings across at least 5 locations. 4 suspects were charged. They were arrested Friday while preparing to test those explosives in the California desert. The suspects are part of the group Turtle Liberation Front, known for their pro-Palestinian and anti-government views.
The subject arrested envisioned planting backpacks with improvised explosive devices to be detonated at multiple locations in Southern California, targeting U.S. companies.
The suspects have been charged with conspiracy and possession of destructive devices. More charges are pending.
The 2 Iowa National Guard members that were killed in Syria by ISIS, they're being identified this morning. The U.S. Army says those 2 soldiers were Sergeants 25-year-old Edgar Brian Torres Tovar and 29-year-old William Nathaniel Howard. And they were working with local partners when an attacker shot them over the weekend. An American interpreter was also killed. 3 others were injured. President Trump has said that serious retaliation is expected for that attack.
The U.S. is agreeing to provide security guarantees to Ukraine as part of its deal to end the war with Russia. U.S. officials continued negotiations with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky over the weekend in Berlin. Zelensky expressed his willingness to drop Ukraine's bid to join NATO for more security from Western nations in return. To provide these guarantees, it would first have to pass the U.S. Senate, though.
The U.S. military says it has carried out more strikes on 3 more suspected drug boats in the eastern Pacific Ocean. 8 people were killed in these strikes, and the Trump administration is facing increasing scrutiny over this campaign, which thus far has killed nearly 100 people since it started in early September. And President Trump is filing a defamation lawsuit against the BBC over edited clips of a speech that appeared to show the president commanding supporters to storm the U.S. Capitol on January 6th of 2021. These clips appeared in a documentary on Panorama titled Trump: A Second Chance that aired 1 week before the election. Trump is asking for $10 billion in damages. The chair of the BBC apologized for the, quote, error in judgment regarding the edit and promised not to air the documentary again.
7:19, and we're all bundled up once again this morning, but a warm streak is on the way, Mike Kaplan.
At least warmer, right? Beautiful sunrise, though, and take a look at the ice out there over the lake. Indeed, we do have some of that pack ice out there, but we're going to be melting it gradually in the next week and a half, and probably, I think we'll see above average temperatures on the whole right on through the rest of the year. Sunshine out there, still quite a bit of snow on the ground, though, on the plaza. Let's talk about a certain forecast for a certain football game at Soldier Field Saturday night. Packers coming to town, giving the Bears an opportunity to redeem that mess a couple weeks ago. I think they get it done. 35 degrees will be the kickoff temp at 7:20 there at Soldier Field. Doesn't look like it's going to be extremely windy either, and it will be dry. So at 35 degrees, that's about 30 degrees warmer than it was for this past Sunday's game. We have out there right now just basically clear skies, still quite a bit of snow on the ground, no precipitation anywhere nearby. In fact, I'll zoom out here. Really, the only snow is flying way to the north. Little disturbance here in northern Wisconsin, extending west towards Minneapolis. That's not going to bother us with precip, but I think we will get just a little bit of cloud cover in here tonight. Take a look at our futurecast and see what I'm talking about. Today, lots of sunshine, a few high clouds out there. That will be it. Evening hours, see a little uptick in the cloud cover here. Our model shows what I think will be some what we call virga, precipitation aloft that does not reach the ground because of how dry it is close to the ground. Tomorrow, not going to be as sunny as today, and that's one of the reasons why I've dialed back my high temperature forecast just a little bit. I had been thinking we might get to 40 tomorrow. I think it's going to be more like a 36 tomorrow. Still warmer than it has been. And then we get some rain here on Thursday morning, but that rain should move out of here by lunchtime. And then we'll be dry and turning colder here for a one-day visit Thursday night into Friday. Let's get a traffic update. Anthony Ponce is here, and we have an issue here on the yellow line.
Yes, Skokie Swift, heads up. Service in both directions is right now suspended. You can see crews working there. Looks like one of the train cars has been slightly derailed there. It's a track issue right near Hamlin, so right now the CTA is running shuttle buses between the Howard Station westbound along the Skokie Swift, so heads up there. Also, if you're a Metra BNSF commuter, there's some delays. The BNSF train that's scheduled to leave Aurora actually 4 minutes ago, it's not operating at all, and then the next train is also going to be departing a little bit late. So heads up if you're inbound on the BNSF as well. If you're driving, pretty standard delays right now in the area expressways. You're at 45 minutes inbound on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown. Inbound on the Eisenhower, you're at 47 minutes between Route 390 and downtown. On the Stevenson, 42 minutes between I-355 and DuSable Lakeshore Drive. And your Dan Ryan commute between 95th and downtown is at 32 minutes, Natalie.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Plenty more to come here for you on Good Day Chicago. Why doctors are calling for cigarette-style warnings on GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic. Why the FDA is sending a warning to major retailers over the ByHeart baby formula recall. And Jake takes a look back at some of his conversations with director Rob Reiner. We'll be right back.
Patrick.
Welcome back. We're following breaking news. Service on the CTA Yellow Line is temporarily suspended due to a track issue near Hamlin. Boy, they've got a large crew out there inspecting what is going on. Shuttle buses available to provide connecting service from Howard to Dempster. That's the Skokie Swift line. So in both directions, Yellow Line service in the Skokie area is disrupted this morning. The FDA claims some of the largest retailers failed to promptly pull ByHeart infant formula from their store shelves after a recall due to potential botulism contamination. Warning letters claim Walmart, Target, Kroger, and Albertsons continued to sell the formula for days, even weeks after the recall. The botulism outbreak sickened more than 50 babies in 19 states.
Doctors are calling for cigarette-style warnings on GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic. There's growing concern that these popular weight loss drugs are triggering eating disorders. GLP-1s work by mimicking hormones that naturally curb a person's appetite, slows digestion, and regulates blood sugar. As a result, people feel fuller longer and they eat smaller portions. So doctors are recommending that patients taking GLP-1s talk to a mental health professional, not just a primary care doctor.
Portillo's is adding another restaurant downtown, and this one will be on Michigan Avenue. Block Club Chicago says building permits filed with the city show the location will be for 300 North Michigan Avenue. That is just south of the Chicago River. This will be the second downtown location and fourth in the city of Chicago.
They are worth 1 cent at the store, but the final pennies ever made have sold for a fortune. This was an historic auction. Final set of circulating pennies sold for $800,000. The set includes one coin from Denver, one from Philadelphia, and a special 24-karat gold version. In total, that auction brought in more than $16.7 million, with coin collectors bidding on 232 different sets. That $800,000 sale now ranks as the most valuable modern U.S. coin item ever sold. People love their collectible coins.
Yes, they do.
Evidently.
Hey, Mike.
I like collectible big wads of $100 bills.
Yeah,
no, I don't have any of those, but I would like them. We have some sunshine today and a little bit of a warm-up. In fact, I think we'll get slightly above freezing today. And then we have many more days above freezing to look forward to in the 7-day forecast. Coming right up.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It's now 7:30.
We appreciate you joining us. Here are some of the top stories we are following for you this morning. The U.S. military says it has carried out another strike, another boat strike here. 3 more suspected drug boats were targeted in the eastern Pacific Ocean. 8 people were killed in this latest round. And it comes as the Trump administration is facing some increasing scrutiny over this boat strike campaign, which thus far has killed nearly 100 people since early September.
President Trump suing the BBC for $10 billion. The lawsuit accuses the British broadcaster of defamation over claims it intentionally misrepresented what the president was saying when it spliced together 2 separate parts of his speech on January 6th, 2021. The clips appear to show Trump commanding supporters to storm the Capitol. The BBC has apologized to the president, but rejects claims that it defamed him.
The FBI has stopped what it says were planned New Year's Eve terrorist attacks in Los Angeles. The agency says it arrested 4 members of an extremist group that was allegedly plotting bombings across the city. They are part of a group known as Turtle Liberation Front. They are known for their pro-Palestinian and anti-government views.
Breaking this morning, 2 people in the hospital after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old were walking when 2 people approached them. One of them attacked. The victims ran to the train platform to try and get away. The woman was seriously hurt. The teen is expected to be okay. Police are still searching for the attackers.
Also breaking this morning, crews are investigating an apartment fire on the north side of the city, which broke out right outside St. Boniface Catholic Cemetery on North Glenwood. That's in the Argyle neighborhood. 1 person was hospitalized. A firefighter is hurt but is expected to be okay. In Rhode Island, new video of a person of interest in the Brown University shooting is being shared with the public. There's the video right there, a little grainy. Authorities are once again searching for a shooter accused of killing 2 students Saturday. A person of interest was in custody but released on Sunday.
And we believe that that's the same individual that we showed you from the previous video that we released. We have a tip line which is staffed with officers from the Providence Police as well as analysts, and they're taking calls as we speak.
A $50,000 reward is being offered to help find the suspect. Classes and exams at Brown University have been canceled for the remainder of the semester.
Australian officials preparing to charge the surviving suspected gunman in Sunday's beachside shooting rampage. Investigators say the father-son attack was an act of terrorism. A vehicle registered to one of the suspects contained 2 homemade ISIS flags. At least 15 people were shot and killed as the crowd gathered to celebrate the first night of Hanukkah. And a man credited with disarming one of the suspected gunmen in that shooting was greeted in the hospital by the country's prime minister. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited Ahmed Al-Ahmed in a Sydney hospital. He was shot after tackling one of the 2 gunmen. Authorities say Ahmed's actions saved many others.
It was a great honour to meet Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He is a true Australian hero. People were being shot in front of him. He decided to take action, and his bravery is an inspiration for all Australians.
25 people injured in the shooting are still being treated in hospitals.
2 men are due in court today accused in the death of 16-year-old DeVell Holden. Holden would have been a junior at Thornwood High School, but in early August, he was killed at his girlfriend's home right near 160th and Drexel. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Damon Smith were arrested. They were charged. Both will appear in court today. Another 16-year-old was also arrested. Police say Holden was not the intended target.
A man accused of killing a Southside dance coach in May of 2021 is sentenced to life in prison. Deontay Kimberly was charged in 2022 with shooting Verndell Smith. Surveillance video from 2021 shows Kimberly driving into a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot at 75th and King Drive and opening fire at Smith, who was talking on the phone at the time. Smith was shot multiple times, taken to University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died.
Today, Governor Pritzker will sign the Transit Funding and Reform Bill. It's known as the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Act. As part of this new bill, drivers are going to be paying an extra 45 cents per toll. Those higher tolls will then be used to enhance toll roads. In addition, $800 million is going to be diverted from the Illinois Gas Tax Fund to pay for transit improvements. The main goal here is to create a more unified public transportation system where the CTA, PACE, and Metro will operate all under one umbrella.
7:35, and we want to send it back over to Mike for a check of that forecast. And I noticed that snow is kind of melting off, and I'm assuming that's going to get even more melty as the week carries on. Yes.
Yeah, we haven't had much melting lately. There's been a little bit of, I just think from maybe the salt on the ground, getting rid of it. But we are indeed, as Natalie mentioned, going to start to eat away at that snowpack with daily temperatures that should get a little bit above freezing today, maybe a little more above freezing tomorrow, and then much above freezing here on Thursday. Sunshine near freezing today as the Arctic air retreats. Milder air tomorrow and Thursday with some rain moving in, especially Thursday morning. We do get a quick cold shot Friday, followed by milder air over the weekend. And to me, all signs are pointing at an even bigger warm-up just in time for Christmas. 19, that's current temperature at Midway. It is 16 at Waukegan, 15 at Woodstock. It is 15 at LaSalle, Peru. How about Northwest Indiana? Michigan City leading the way with 20. And in Maryville, it is clear and 18. Now, compared with 7 a.m. yesterday, quite a bit warmer. We've got a 14-degree bump in Kankakee, a 13-degree bump up at Chicago's lakefront, and it is 7 degrees warmer than 24 hours ago at Woodstock. But we still have some pretty cold wind chills, a lot of spots in the single digits, and that will be the case for another couple of hours. And then we'll see these wind chills getting up into the 20s, territory we've not been in a long time. Sunshine today. There'll be some high clouds around, and perhaps a little bit more in the way of high cloudiness this afternoon. Little weak disturbance comes through tonight. I don't think any of this is going to reach the ground. It's just some cloud cover. So tomorrow, not as sunny as today, and that's why I've dialed back my high temperature forecast by a couple of degrees for tomorrow. But all systems are pointing to a big warm up on Thursday, despite the fact we're going to get some rain in here, especially in the morning. That will move out of here, and just a tiny chance of a brief snow shower or some flurries during the early evening hours of Thursday. Big warm up tomorrow, 36, then 46 on Thursday. Over the weekend, 42 Saturday, 34 degrees on Sunday, and then we start the next warming cycle on Monday. 3 lovely photos to share with you that were submitted from the Fox 32 Weather app. Here, listen here. Hear that? The telltale sound of sandhill cranes. These are on the ground there, not too far from the Jasper Pulaski Wildlife Refuge there in Wheatfield, Indiana. Diana Sambuda seeing them out there in the field, making their noise. A lot of times you'll hear these birds way up high. What is that? What is that? And if you hear that quack, that is the sandhill crane going by. Thanks for that video, Diana. Next, how about this shot from our friend Mike Noonan? He photographs something pretty much every day, and he was at Port Washington, Wisconsin, fun town, by the way, and he captured some of the birds flying there through his shot there of that lighthouse and some of the sea smoke coming off of Lake Michigan. That is a really, I love the atmosphere on that shot, Mike. Cool. And very similar shot, but not over the lake. This is from Derek Helton. He and I contact each other almost every day. He works out there at O'Hare, and he captured this guy behind the control tower at the big airport yesterday. Derek, thank you for sharing that picture with me, and now us. 7:39, and there's some breaking news. What's going on here?
Yeah, this is just a mess for the Yellow Line this morning. Service on the CTA Yellow Line temporarily suspended because of an issue with the tracks near Hamlin. It looks like one of the cars, at least one, is derailed. Shuttle buses connecting service from Howard to Dempster. This is the Skokie Swift line in both directions. You're going to have to take those shuttle buses because of this incident. I want to mention one other thing on the interstate that I'm watching. This is I-80 East at Larkin Avenue. It looks like a right lane is black because of a disabled semi, so that could cause some issues for you. And then on the Metro, some of our BNSF trains are delayed as well, so make sure you check the app if you take that in or out of the city. All right, let's check those travel times. On the Kennedy, if you're coming in from the big airport, almost an hour. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, an hour. On the Stevenson, I-355 to the Drive, we're looking at about 50 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan, if you're coming in from 95th, 40 minutes there. 7:40 now, and here's a look at what's coming up for you on Good Day Chicago at 8 and 9.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Iconic moment there, just one of the countless big screen moments given to us by legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner. And Jake had the chance to speak with him many times over the years. And Jake joins us now to look back on his incredible career. And there are many chats together, Jake. And, you know, when I heard about his passing, I thought this has to be personal for Jake.
Yeah, we spoke with him just a couple of weeks ago, which was it was a great conversation. So Rob Reiner, if you think about it, had one of the greatest runs as a director ever. From 1984 to 1992, he directed, get this, This Is Spinal Tap, Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, and A Few Good Men. You probably quote his movies more than you even realize. And I'm really lucky enough to have spoken with him many times. The most recent a few weeks ago, where he actually did the interview in character as Marty DeBurgi, the director he plays in the movie This Is Spinal Tap. And I can tell you, whether he was in character or just being Rob Reiner, the man was a gem.
Good to see you, sir.
Nice to see you.
An honor, sir. Good to see you.
Nice to see you, Jay.
This is going to be a strange, awkward question. How often do you get told that you look like Rob Reiner?
I've never been told.
You've never been told that. Are you familiar with his work?
Yeah, well, I mean, who isn't?
You want answers! I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
At what point do you realize that you've made the sort of scene that will stand the test of time? How long does it take?
You don't know. You never know. I mean, when you're just making a movie and you're making you're doing a scene that hopefully supports the story and the characters in that movie.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
So it's not until a long time goes by that you see something staying with the public, and it's a thrill when that happens because you get on those lists, and they top 5 lines of all time or whatever.
I'll have what she's having.
And the biggest thrill for me was my mother, in When Harry Met Sally, saying, "I'll have what she's having." She's basically on a list with, Marlon Brando and Humphrey Bogart and Clark Gable, and there's Estelle Reiner.
During my last conversation with Rob a few weeks back, he was in character as Marty DeBurgi the whole time. From the moment I walked in the room, he was Marty. But when we were wrapping up and shaking hands, he winked at me. And I wondered even then, was that Marty winking at me or was that Rob? He was not just a brilliant storyteller, but by all accounts and from my own experience, he was also a good man.
I was rear-end.
.748 now. We're following multiple breaking stories this Tuesday morning. First, 2 people in the hospital after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform.
Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old were walking when 2 others approached them. One of them attacked. The victims ran to the train platform to get away. The woman is seriously hurt. The teenager is expected to be okay. Police are still searching for their attackers.
Crews are investigating an apartment fire on the city's north side. It happened just outside of St. Boniface Catholic Cemetery on North Glenwood in the Argyle neighborhood. 1 person hospitalized. A firefighter is hurt, but is expected to be okay.
Governor J.B. Pritzker is going to sign the new public transit funding bill this morning. It's called the Northern Transit Authority Act, and it will add 45 cents onto every toll you pay to fix up toll roads. The bill also diverts $800 million from the Illinois gas tax fund to pay for transit improvements.
And the question today is, where do you want to go as we take a live look at O'Hare? Where would you like to be?
Someplace warm. where
Cue
the
the plane.
beer flows like wine.
Cue the plane. Cue the plane.
There it
Perfect,
is,
yeah.
right on cue.
Coming in for a landing there. Beautiful flying weather. If you're heading out, that should not be an issue. The weather, anyway. We have a football game, though, for which the weather looks a lot better than it did on Sunday. It's a Saturday night game as the Packers come to town for a battle for first place in the NFC North. The game you can see right here on Fox 32. Kickoff is at 7:20. I expect a temperature of 35 degrees at that time after a high of 42 earlier in the day. Right now, look, it's still cold. 19 at the Lakefront, Midway, Joliet, 18 at Gary and O'Hare, 15 at Woodstock, 20 at Michigan City. I think we'll hit 34 for the high today with the southwest wind at 8 to 18. The good news, mostly sunny skies and just a little bit of a thaw. Temperatures don't fall off too much tonight. I think we'll have a low right around 30 degrees, partly to mostly cloudy skies, so it won't be as cold. During the day tomorrow, we're dry. 36 for the high. Increase in cloud cover, I think, will hold temperatures down a little bit from the way it looked like it would be a couple of days ago. Headed for 46 Thursday, rain in the morning, small chance of a very late afternoon snow shower. I'm not expecting any accumulation from that, but it will get colder. Thursday night and Friday, look at those numbers. But then back up to 42 Saturday, 34 Sunday, 36 Monday, and then temperatures should get even warmer as we head towards Christmas next week. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. Let's get a quick look at our travel times. They are stacking up, especially on the inbound Eisenhower. If you're taking the Kennedy Expressway inbound from O'Hare, your drive time now up to 58 minutes between the big airport and downtown. On the Eisenhower, you're almost at 70 minutes, an hour 10 nearly between Route 390 and downtown. It's really stacked up on the inbound side of that expressway. On the Stevenson, you're at 54 minutes between I-355 and Lakeshore Drive. And the Dan Ryan also clogging up as well. You're at 42 minutes between 95th and downtown. All right, some tough news for DePaul University. They're going to be cutting staff in order to fix their budget deficit. University laying off more than 100 staff members. These cuts represent a little more than 7% of the full and part-time staff. Goal here is to slash spending by more than $27 million over the next year as the school is facing a $12.5 million budget deficit. The revenue loss is the result of a dramatic drop in international enrollment.
The Trump administration defending its plan to build a new White House ballroom, telling a federal judge the project must continue for national security. This is in response to a lawsuit from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is trying to halt the project until it goes through additional reviews and congressional approval. The administration says security standards require work to continue.
President Trump is ramping up his campaign against fentanyl, naming the drug a weapon of mass destruction. He signed the executive order at the White House yesterday while talking about crackdowns going on at the southern border. This order gives the Trump administration more tools to target countries and groups that are connected to the drug trade. President Trump previously imposed tariffs on Mexico and China. He was claiming that those two nations were not doing enough to stop fentanyl from entering the U.S.
Actor Anthony Geary, who famously played Luke Spencer on General Hospital, has died. A family member says the soap opera star passed away yesterday in Amsterdam. While an official cause of death is unclear, there are reports he died of complications from a planned surgery. Geary was mostly known for his role on General Hospital, earning 8 Daytime Emmy Awards. He was 78 years old.
Well, they may be worth just a cent at the store, but the last pennies ever made sold for a fortune. Listen to this. In an historic auction, the final set of circulating pennies sold for $800,000. And the set includes one coin from Denver, one from Philadelphia, and a special 24-karat gold version. In total, the auction brought in more than $16.7 million, with collectors bidding on 232 different sets. That $800,000 sale now ranks as the most valuable modern U.S. coin item ever sold.
An investigation is underway after a luxury wine heist. Investigators say last month, 2 wig-wearing suspects pretended to be event planners in Virginia. The thieves asked for a tour of a wine cellar, and that's when the woman distracted the staff, and the man swiped several bottles of wine worth $45,000. He swapped the bottles out with cheaper screw-top versions.
And the whole thing, looking back in retrospect, was very well rehearsed. Just her rapid-fire questions, keeping me distracted, having me look through the cellar and show her examples of things that she had questions about for her boss that this whole event was supposedly for.
The woman was caught at the scene. She was taken into custody, but police say the man is still on the run, and 2 bottles were recovered, but 6 are still missing. Wonder where they are, probably in someone's stomach.
Right.
Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
They say
Portillo's reportedly ready to open a restaurant in the Loop. The chain filed paperwork with the city earlier this month. Cranes reports it will be on the ground floor of 300 North Michigan Avenue. Portillo's has dozens of locations in the suburbs, but just 3 inside the city limits.
Steps away from us.
I can hardly wait.
Yeah, a lot of chocolate cake in our future. All right. White Castle is recalling some frozen sliders due to undeclared ingredients. The FDA says the 4-count original sliders have milk and soy in them that's not stated on the carton. The recall impacts more than 1,000 cases, which were sold nationwide between August and October of this year. They do have a Best Buy date of April 18th of next year.
New survey reveals the sweet way that some of us survive holiday family gatherings. The Ferrero Holiday Confession survey finds about 36% of participants admit to packing emergency chocolate to help them make it through holiday parties. I thought it was like a flask, but no, it's chocolate.
Chocolate.
Another 33% admit to eating chocolates they bought as a gift for someone else.
Okay. With parents getting ready for the upcoming holiday, winter break, some might be thinking of ways to keep their kids busy while not in school. Tablets, TVs, other gadgets, they can be enticing, but the CDC with another reminder here that too much screen time can lead to things like poor sleep, anxiety, and other health problems. Doctors recommend putting limits on screen time, managing the type of content your kids are seeing as well.
And the FDA is warning Walmart, Target, Albertsons, Kroger. They need to pull the recalled baby formula that may still be on the shelves there. A letter states the companies have continued to sell ByHeart Whole Nutrition Infant Formula after learning it was recalled. The formula linked to a nationwide botulism outbreak that has made more than 50 babies sick.
Doctors are calling for cigarette-style warnings on GLP-1 drugs. GLP-1s like Wegovy and Ozempic, they work by mimicking hormones that naturally curbs a person's appetite, slows digestion, and regulates blood sugar levels. As a result, people feel fuller longer. They eat smaller portions. Doctors say the drugs can also trigger eating disorders. So they recommend that patients not only talk to your primary care doctor, but also speak with a mental health professional if you are thinking of going on one of those medications.
21 states, including Illinois and Wisconsin, joining a lawsuit against Uber over its subscription methods. The complaint filed by the Federal Trade Commission in April claims subscription users did not receive free deliveries or savings on orders as promised. Uber denies the claims, including that it signed people up for the subscription without their knowledge.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Breaking now at 8 o'clock, an apartment fire on Chicago's north side is forcing people into the cold. We are live as authorities investigate.
Chicago police search for 2 people who attacked and then stabbed a woman and a teenager near a CTA platform.
Plus, director Rob Reiner's son Nick expected in court today, accused in the shocking murder of his parents. The new details we are learning about a fight that reportedly happened the night before.
And another day of cold before we start to thaw out, and some big changes ahead the week of Christmas.
All right, we are looping Caitlin into the conversation today. Good morning.
Welcome back, Nick.
Thanks.
We missed you.
Oh, I missed you guys too.
Welcome back. You brought a little bit of the warmth from the Caribbean up our way, because it's not quite as bad as yesterday, right, Caitlin?
It's going to be fine. Upper 30s. It's going to be where we should be for this time of year.
You sound so sick, Caitlin.
I know, and you're so pregnant, but I'm not contagious.
Okay.
I just mean I don't want to make her sick because she's pregnant, Jake. It's not that funny. All right. Yes.
Okay.
Temperatures are cold yesterday.
Yes.
Today, we're back to the upper 30s, but we do have sunshine in the forecast. Satellite and radar showing quiet conditions. We're going to have steady temperatures even tonight, and that's a good thing because it's going to assist in the melting out there. But this morning, it is cold. Don't get me wrong. It's 19 degrees at the lakefront, 19 at O'Hare, and 15 in DeKalb as well as Woodstock. So yesterday, we peaked in the low 20s. Today, we are going to be climbing well above that as we are already sitting there. So wind chills currently are at 9 from Waukegan to Woodstock, 8 in Morris, 9 in Kankakee and in Valpo. And our wind chill forecast for the day shows that the feel-like temperature is going to be in the upper 20s. So even though our normal high is 36, and that's what I expect our actual high to be, it's going to feel like the 20s, so dress for that instead. We'll take a look at when the chance for rain and cooler temperatures will return coming up.
Thank you, Caitlin. Breaking this morning, 2 people are in the hospital after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old were walking when 2 people approached them and one of them attacked. The victims ran to the train platform to try and get away. The woman is seriously hurt. The teen is expected to be okay. Police are still searching, though, for the attackers. We're also following breaking news on Chicago's north side, where several people have been forced into the cold after an apartment fire.
Roseanne Tejas is live up in the Argyle neighborhood with more.
Well, the fire is now out, but we do know one resident was treated for smoke inhalation and a firefighter was also taken to the hospital but is in good condition. But what a terrifying start to the morning for residents of this apartment building on Glenwood and Argyle. The fire started around 1:15 this morning. The flames were ferocious and spreading quickly. We're told the fire began on the first level of this 3-story building with 24 units. Residents all made it out okay, some gathering on the ice-covered sidewalk out in the cold. They say neighbors were extremely helpful, providing blankets and other assistance. One resident says the first sign of trouble were the sounds.
I was already asleep. It was about 1. All of our windows face a courtyard, so you can hear everything, noises, people coming and going. So there was a lot of commotion, some yelling. I looked out of the window, saw people running around with their dogs as well. I kind of thought it was odd. Saw the building to my left glowing, and I'm on the top floor. Then I could smell the smoke, and then I realized people were yelling, "Get out, need to get out." And then you could see the fire trucks and the fire department arrive and start telling people to get out.
Now, the Red Cross was here to assist residents. There was a warming bus, but residents still don't know when or if they'll be able to make it back in their units. In Uptown this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32, Chicago.
Authorities in Rhode Island have released new video capturing a person of interest in the shooting at Brown University on Saturday. This shooting left 2 students dead and 9 others hurt. Police released a separate person of interest on Monday. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest and conviction.
The Hanukkah shooting in Australia may have been inspired by the Islamic State. Federal Police Commissioner Chrissy Barrett says officers found Islamic State flags inside the father and son suspect's car. The shooting on Sunday killed 15 people. The victims range in age from 10 to 87 years old. Local Jewish religious leaders say the attack is a harsh reminder, but also a call for unity.
We're going to be louder and prouder, and we're going to celebrate. It's Hanukkah, and we don't want to not just diminish, we're going to go even stronger.
Since the attack, Chicago police have added more officers at synagogues and holiday events, but they say there are no known threats at this time. The surviving suspect in the Australia attack could be charged today.
We have more developments this morning in the shocking murder of famed Hollywood director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle.
Jake Hamilton joins us now with the latest. Jake.
That's right, guys. A lot of things are going to be happening today. So Reiner's 32-year-old son, Nick Reiner, is being held without bail. Los Angeles police say he is responsible for the murders of his parents. Nick will make his first court appearance today. The case is actually being turned over to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, and that's when charges might actually be filed against him. Rob and Michelle were actually seen arguing with their son Nick at Conan O'Brien's holiday party Saturday night. It was described as a very loud argument, after which Rob and Michelle then left the party. Rob and Nick actually worked together on a film called Being Charlie back in 2015, which was a semi-autobiographical retelling of Nick's struggles with drug addiction. It was written by Nick and directed by Rob. President Trump doubled down on his thoughts on Rob Reiner yesterday, calling the director, quote, a deranged person. The president posted on social media yesterday that Reiner's deaths were, quote, due to the anger Reiner caused others through his Trump derangement syndrome. However, Michelle Obama appeared on Jimmy Kimmel last night and responded to those thoughts and revealed that she and former President Barack Obama were supposed to meet with Reiner the night he and Michelle were killed.
We've known them for many, many years, and we were supposed to be seeing them that night, last night. And we got the news. And let me just say this, unlike some people, Rob and Michelle Reiner are some of the most decent, courageous people you ever want to know. They're not deranged.
Reiner had actually spent quite a bit of time in Chicago lately. He had a guest starring role in the past few seasons of The Bear, which brought him to our city quite a bit. In the next hour of Good Day Chicago, we're going to look back at some of my past interviews with the famed director. Back over to you.
All right, we look forward to seeing those, Jake. Thank you, sir. All right, two men accused of killing a South Holland teenager. They are expected in court today. 16-year-old DeVell Holden would have been a junior at Thornwood High School, but in early August, he was killed at his girlfriend's home right near 160th and Drexel Avenue in South Holland. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Damon Smith are facing murder charges, along with another 16-year-old who was also arrested. Police say the shooting was a case of mistaken identity.
In about 2 hours, Governor J.B. Pritzker will sign a new public transit funding bill. The Northern Transit Authority Act adds 45 cents onto every toll that you pay. That money will go toward fixing up toll roads. The bill also diverts $800 million from the Illinois Gas Tax Fund to pay for transit improvements. The move prevents fare hikes and service cuts.
Self-driving taxi cabs are operating in a handful of American cities, but not Chicago just yet. Some Illinois Republican lawmakers pushing a proposal that would give the company Waymo the ability to operate here. Several groups, though, are pushing back because of safety concerns. Last week, 3,000 Waymos were recalled for passing stopped school buses. The groups also say the vehicles can cause huge traffic issues.
It's called minimum safe condition. And minimum safe condition is the vehicle shuts down, turns on its blinkers, and waits for a remote operator to communicate with it. This has caused numerous traffic jams in San Francisco and Phoenix. It has blocked access to interstates just because of them going, they can't figure out what they're doing.
In a statement, Waymo says it has a proven track record of reducing serious injury crashes and that safety is fundamental to everything it does. Have you guys ever seen one of those out on the streets yet in one of those Western towns? I have not yet.
No, me neither.
I have not, but my husband and I were driving in the Lakeview neighborhood a couple weeks ago. We saw one of those remote delivery robots. Have you?
Oh,
I saw one of those on Belmont for the first time.
It was like a cooler on wheels, and it was crossing the street. It was so weird.
I remember when they came in studio once.
Right.
Were you here that day? No, it was like, yeah, it looks almost otherworldly.
Like a little R2-D2.
I think everyone was like, what in the world? Right.
And it's like you open up the top. So funny. The future is here. All right, talking about the forecast. Today, it is going to be a sunny day, but temperature-wise, we are improving as well. Satellite and radar, so I don't really know which one is the best part. It's going to be better today. Satellite and radar is quiet. It is going to be a dry one, of course, with that sunshine. Let's check in on these temperatures. Speaking of, this morning, it's cold right now, 19 degrees. These are the actual temperatures, by the way. It's 19 currently at the lakefront and at O'Hare, 14 degrees in Aurora, 16 in Morris, and temperatures in northwest Indiana are in the upper teens to about 20 degrees. But here's your futurecast. By lunchtime, we are going to have those temperatures cross over into the 30s, which is nice. Let's start the thaw out there. Melt that snow that's still on the ground in a few spots. So at lunchtime, we're reading 34 at the lakefront, 33 at O'Hare, low 30s in our western counties and in northwest Indiana, still low to mid 30s. Now, as we work our way through the afternoon, 3:45, we're seeing temperatures around the mid to upper 30s, which is where we should be for this time of year. Now, we do expect that we are going to have some big changes as we head to the next couple of days, including the chance for wet weather as soon as on Thursday, and then on Friday, a drop in temperatures. And then this weekend, not terrible. So we'll get to all of that in your full 7-day forecast. I will say, though, today, it's going to be a nice one to get outside. Back to you.
Thank you, Caitlin. We are live this morning in Rhode Island as police, they are ramping up their search for the Brown University shooter. Coming up here, what the FBI is saying about that person of interest. That's coming up next.
Most
Welcome back. It's 8:13. We are getting the clearest look yet at the suspected gunman who killed 2 students and hurt 9 others at Brown University on Saturday.
Officials released new videos of the person of interest roughly 2 hours before the shooting. Kaylee Schuyler joins us live from Providence, Rhode Island with the latest. Kaylee?
Anthony and Natalie, police are almost 72 hours into this manhunt, and they are desperately searching for any clues that could help them crack this case. Now, the new photos and videos still aren't super clear, but investigators are hoping someone will recognize anything. The person that we see in this video is described as a man around 5'8" with a stocky build. He's walking around pretty casually wearing what looks like a black beanie, dark clothing, and a face mask. Police say the shooter used a 9mm handgun to fire more than 40 rounds into a classroom during a final review on Saturday. But they haven't recovered a gun. And police say this person of interest was definitely targeting Brown. And now the FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information that leads to an arrest. And we got an up-close and personal look yesterday at the investigation. Brown has a very urban campus, so there are homes around the engineering building where the shooting happened. Officers are going door to door, asking neighbors to check surveillance cameras. And we watched officers and agents brushing through snow and digging through dumpsters. We even saw them put a few items in brown bags to collect as evidence. Officials say it's an around-the-clock manhunt.
We are tracking down leads, canvassing neighborhoods, and developing intelligence. And right now, our evidence response teams remain on campus processing the scene. And folks from our lab, from Quantico, are documenting the trajectories of the bullets to reconstruct the scene. It's painstaking work.
There's a small growing memorial here outside of the engineering building. We now know that the two students killed were a 19-year-old woman and an 18-year-old man in the shooting on Saturday, but we don't know whether they have any connection to the shooter. And despite officials admitting that they don't know where the shooter is, they maintain that this area is safe. In Providence, Rhode Island, Kaylee Schuyler, Fox 32 Chicago.
All right, Kaylee, thank you for that update. We are following, meantime, multiple breaking news stories this morning. 2 people are hospitalized after a stabbing that happened right near a CTA Orange Line platform.
Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old were walking when 2 people approached them. One of those people attacked. The victims ran to the train platform to get away. Woman is seriously hurt. The teen is expected to be okay. Police are still searching for the attackers.
Crews are investigating an apartment fire that broke out on the north side of the city. This happened just outside St. Boniface Catholic Cemetery. That's on North Glenwood in the Argyle neighborhood. One person was hospitalized. A firefighter is also hurt. That firefighter is expected to be okay.
Governor J.B. Pritzker going to sign the new public transit funding bill this morning. The Northern Transit Authority Act adds 45 cents onto every toll that you pay to fix up toll roads. Bill also diverts $800 million from the Illinois Gas Tax Fund to pay for transit improvements.
All right, hoping for a warm up today. Look at that picture. Perfect
Beautiful.
view. Caitlin, we're thawing out today somewhat, right?
We are going to be thawing out today. Temperatures back to where we should be this afternoon. So we're talking about the mid and upper 30s. This morning, though, it's cold. It's clear, though. It's beautiful. It's really glowing over our city. Temperatures, though, are in the teens. The actual temperature is 19 degrees at the lakefront. Let's check in on our map where it's 15 degrees in DeKalb, 18 at LaSalle. Northwest Indiana, temperatures for you are hovering right around 20. So it's not too brutally cold this morning. You definitely need your thicker jacket. Layer it up as usual. But as we work our way into the afternoon, it's going to feel better. Chills outside in the single digits as we get away from Chicago, looking at 4 as the feel-like temperature in Aurora right now, 9 at Midway, 9 in Kankakee, and 9 in Valpo. Here's our future cast. So for today, we are going to have sunshine, as I mentioned. The breeze is still kicking around 20 to 25 miles per hour. As those winds die down, we're going to have a few clouds streaming in for your Wednesday. Tomorrow's going to be very similar to today. So temperatures staying in the 30s tonight and into tomorrow. But then on Thursday, that's when the chance for wet weather moves in. We're going to have some scattered showers. You can notice starting in the morning, 9:15, we already have the rain in Chicagoland. And as those temperatures drop, we could see a little bit of snow mixing in too before we dry out on Friday, which behind me, unfortunately, you can see we're not going to be continuing this trend on the way up. At the end of the week, we're dropping again. So for today, 36, tomorrow about 37. And then on Thursday, we have that chance for scattered showers, 45 degrees as our high. It's going to be a very mild day, but then the temperatures plummet down to 17 Thursday night into Friday morning. And Friday's high only 27. This weekend, it looks quiet, more mild on Saturday at 41, 30 expected on Sunday. Back to you.
Thank you, Caitlin. 8:18 now. We've got a jam-packed show right now, but wait, just wait until Chicago Now.
Oh, yeah.
It's a discovery fit for a movie, Anthony. Northwestern University astronomers discover a planet just like Tatooine in Star Wars. And we're sitting down with a dermatologist to talk about winter skincare do's and don'ts, like whether you really need SPF this time of year. Plus, it launched the careers of Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Brad Hall, and many more. The Practical Theater Company gives us a preview of their 2025 finale, all coming up starting at 10 a.m.
Make the most.
All right, it's Tuesday. You know what that means. We are keeping up with our friends over at Block Club Chicago. Arts and culture editor Gwen Einert is here to talk about some of the headlines you don't want to miss. I enjoyed reading all three of these items. Why don't we start off with the bakery roundup? You guys have a really fun article which breaks down some new arrivals here in Chicago, right?
Yeah, it's so great. Like all across the city, there's these great bakeries. They're like different nationalities, different flavors. In my neighborhood, Del Sur opened up at like Wilson and Damon, and when that opened up, there's like just lines around the block. So our arts coordinator, Lean Yassin, did this roundup of like more current bakeries. There's just so many across the board. There's one called Abra Bakery in like Lincoln Park. It's kind of like in homage to Abraham Lincoln, but it's Ukrainian. And this guy, it's like more like a bakery bistro. He wants you to start out with like your best cup of coffee in the morning and then a great glass of wine at night. And then we have other ones in like, you know, Ukrainian Village. There's one coming up in Westtown called The Guillotine that is going to be opening in the spring. They're going to be importing flour from France. So Dijon Bakery in the Southport corridors, Korean. So it's a really interesting article that, like, I know we're talking about it's making us hungry, right? This early in the morning, but there's just like a wide variety of these really interesting ones. The Korean one has like a smoked brisket roll or like a French onion croissant. So if you're not like the sweets, I'm not really a big sweets person, more like a savory.
Me too.
Bakery.
I'm right with you.
So you know, or this you know, a new Italian bakery that opened up in Bridgeport on Archer Avenue. They've got like a pistachio croissant.
Right.
So just very cool. Like they're all
and
across
like the Italian
board.
version of a donut there as well. Okay, so you can get all the addresses, all the names, because trust me, you're going to want to sample some of this stuff. Also, speaking of baked goods, you have a cute article about this group of ladies who have been doing kind of one of these cookie swaps for years now, right?
Yeah, it's a really sweet article. They've been like since 1978. They're a group of neighbors on the far south side. I think the matriarch's name is Duck. She's a retired nurse. And so like she and her sister started with like neighbors, and now it's just multi-generational. They'll come in, they make, look at that plate, they make like kolachkis, the 7-layer bars, the bullseyes. But they say it's really more for them about like, you know, getting to know each other and seeing each other. And they go around the room and like discuss their highs and lows of the year. And so they're like, the cooking is just like, the cookies are just the icing on the top. They really like just getting together.
It's like a support group. It is a very sweet article. And I know that trend has been kind of, you know, building. I know there's one in my neighborhood. All right, Liars Club as well, switching gears a little bit. They are celebrating 30 years of a pretty unique Christmas Day tradition up at Liars Club. This is on North Lincoln, right? Or in that area, north side.
It's Lincoln Park. It's Fullerton and Ashland.
That's right.
It's kind of odd.
That's right.
Where it's located. Liars Club opened up in the mid-90s, and yeah, if you want your holidays a little like less walnut room, a little more like mosh pit.
Yes.
Herb Rosen is the proprietor. He was in an iconic punk band called Rights of the Accused, and then in the mid-90s he opened up Liars Club, and somehow it has just like built this great holiday tradition. They're open at 9 p.m. on Christmas Day, so if you need like a nightcap after your family function or whatever, head to Liars Club, and then they also have like concerts all season. They're doing a karaoke on the 20th, I think. And then they've also come up with all these like great holiday kind of like fundraisers for kids. So you're like, they call it Punk for Good. So they're, you know, you're going there and you're spending money, you're donating, and they do like a camp in the summer for disabled kids. So it's all good vibes all around. Oh, and I almost forgot the most important part. They have an ice luge of this giant ice sculpture that they do every year with a different theme. One year they did Gene Simmons from Kiss.
With the tongue.
With the tongue, so you could do.
And you got the shot out of the tongue. Yeah,
so you can do shots off of the ice luge if you want to do that for your Christmas.
If you need a little parachute to escape the formal, stuffy family gathering, this is a good option if you're on the north side.
I know people who go every year, and they're like, "Yeah, this is how I want to wind up my Christmas."
And they're doing another ice sculpture this year, right?
They are.
Okay, yeah.
It's kind of more political. Themed.
We'll leave it there. Check out the article.
You can probably guess.
Yes, exactly. No, they have some really fun, memorable sculptures over the years. You can read about the history of that event. Gwen, thank you so much. All those articles, find them at blockclubchicago.com. Get into the neighborhoods there. All right, it is the season of giving, everybody, and there's still time to make a difference in your community this holiday season. Coming up, the support group will join us to talk about their new campaigns and how they are helping children throughout the city. Kaylin.
It's cold but beautiful this morning. Temperatures, they're in the teens now, on our way to the mid and upper 30s this afternoon. Let's begin the thaw in Chicagoland for now. A full check of your forecast and all the changes that are coming our way is ahead. First though, Gabby.
Hey Caitlin, we're in DHL's newest McCook facility. Now get this. This place can sort 4,000 parcels per hour. That's going to come in handy during the holiday season. We're going to show you an up-close look at all the sorting that goes on here because the air packages, they're coming in hot. We're going to show it to you all live.
Fox 13.
Breaking this morning, 2 people are in the hospital after a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform. Chicago police say a 19-year-old woman and a 15-year-old were walking when 2 people approached them. One of them attacked. The victims ran to the train platform to get away. The woman is seriously hurt. The teen is expected to be okay, but police are still searching for their attackers.
Also breaking this morning, crews are investigating an apartment fire that broke out on the north side of the city. Happened just outside St. Boniface Catholic Cemetery on North Glenwood. That's right near the Uptown neighborhood. One person was hospitalized. A firefighter is hurt as well. That firefighter is expected to be okay. We'll keep you posted if we hear more about the cause of that fire. Other news, Governor Pritzker is going to be signing a landmark transit bill this morning at Union Station.
Roseanne has more on the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Act. Hi, Roseanne.
Good morning. Yes, that's being signed here at Union Station at 10:30 this morning. Now, this transit funding and reform bill was passed back in October, and it was lauded for not causing any new statewide taxes to be enforced. So lawmakers approved this $1.5 billion plan to fund CTA, Metra, and PACE. Where's that money coming from? Well, the measure redirects fuel tax revenue and raises regional sales taxes. It also raises tolls on northern Illinois roads by 45 cents to fund transportation projects. This all intended to close a transit deficit and prevent service cuts and fare hikes. The measure also creates the Northern Illinois Transit Authority, which will oversee CTA, Metra, and PACE. The governor has said these are important changes that will make our transit and tollways more modern, efficient, and reliable without any new broad-based state taxes. Back live now at Union Station, where we expect Governor Pritzker to be in just a couple of hours from now signing that new measure. Another nice feature, there is a universal fare system to make it a little easier to use all 3. At Union Station this morning, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Roseanne, thank you so much. Well, the son of Rob Reiner is expected in court today after he was arrested on suspicion of murdering his parents.
He's 32 years old. His name is Nick Reiner. He is being held in jail without bail. Rob and Michelle Reiner were found dead in their Los Angeles home on Sunday, apparently stabbed to death. Right now, the motive here is a mystery, but the New York Times is reporting that Nick had argued with his dad at a holiday party the night before their bodies were found.
Authorities in Rhode Island have released this new video capturing a person of interest in the shooting at Brown University on Saturday. The shooting left 2 students dead, 9 others hurt. Police released a separate person of interest on Monday. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest and conviction.
Australian officials are preparing to charge the surviving suspected gunman in Sunday's shooting at Bondi Beach. Investigators say the father-son attack was an act of terrorism. A vehicle registered to one of the suspects contained 2 homemade ISIS flags. At least 15 people were shot and killed as that crowd had gathered right there on the beach to celebrate night 1, I should say, of Hanukkah.
8:34 now, and we want to give you a look at the weather outside in our neck of the woods. And luckily, things are warming up, Caitlin.
Finally warming up, back to where we should be for this time of year. Yes, and we've got sunny skies, quiet weather for today. A little bit of a gust up to 25 miles per hour, but calmer than it was yesterday. Dry skies through midweek. Then we have the chance for rain and even a rain-snow mix late in the day on Thursday. Temperatures are plummeting on Friday. It's going to be a very cold Friday after our 40s. On Thursday, but then we have a quiet weekend ahead with mild temperatures, especially on Saturday. Looking good. 24-hour temperature change this morning. We are 10 degrees warmer than we were yesterday at this time at O'Hare. 13-degree temperature jump at the lakefront, so we are feeling better. Right now, it's 19 degrees at the lakefront, O'Hare, and Midway. 20 at Midway, 19 at O'Hare, the lakefront, and Gary. 21 in Joliet, 20 in Merrillville. So we're hovering upper teens, low 20s right now. Highs today around 36 degrees. Notice our normal high in the upper 30s. This is where we should be, but it's going to feel like the mid-20s this afternoon as the wind chill. Tomorrow, very similar. Look. we're back to the upper 30s. So today and tomorrow, upper 30s will be our highs. We're going to see the melting happening finally. 7-day forecast, though, 45 on Thursday with that wet weather assisting an additional melting throughout Chicagoland before the temperatures drop out. We're looking at 27 as our high on Friday. It's going to be another cold one. And then this weekend, 41 degrees Saturday. And then on Sunday, we wrap up the weekend with a high of about 30, starting off next week with the upper 30s again. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. If you're looking for some fun last-minute gifts, you are in luck. It is Camp Chicago's Job to Know Fun, and they tested out hundreds of toys. At 9, they're sharing their kid-obsessed, parent-approved picks.
All right. Also, the Chicago Bears, they're hosting their 37th annual coat drive this season. The Bears, along with Jewel Osco, the Salvation Army, and Sherway Movers are asking for your coat donations. You can just drop them off at participating Jewel Osco locations. This is running through February 16th, so you got a little time here. You can find out more info online at chicagobears.com/coat drive. Welcome back. Little warm up today. It'll feel as normal for this time of December. All right, hopefully you've ordered your holiday gifts by now. We are kind of down to the wire here if you want to get them to their destinations in time.
That is just the first part of the process. Next is the shipping rush. Gabriella Primus is live, taking us behind the scenes at DHL to show us how they get it all done. Hey, Gabby.
Hey guys, you know, I think you're going to be in good hands, even if you're a last-minute shopper like I am. This spot here in McCook, this facility for DHL, it can get 4,000 parcels done in an hour, like I said in my tease. That's incredible. We're waiting for some of the air freight to come in. It's going to come in right there, and they're going to get to sorting. We'll give you a closer look here in a second. But first, we got to talk to Fox Moeller. You are the area operations manager here. It looks like more people are showing up. But tell me, how much of a difference do you see from day to day during the year compared to the holiday season? Is it a huge rush like we expect?
Yeah, so typically in a holiday season and peak season, as we call it, about 33% increase. It comes with subsequent increases in staffing levels and things of that matter. This week that we're in right now is actually considered our peak week, and we're very excited and very prepared to take care of our customers during this time.
Okay. Do you have any tips and tricks for people? Obviously, it's getting it done earlier rather than later, but is there like a deadline for folks? What should they know?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're quoting the deadline to be is about December 18th, but you should be aware that shipping anywhere in the world does come with different transit times, so you should definitely check out and understand those transit times. A great resource to utilize is DHL.com. That has shipping tips and tricks for your businesses to understand the customs regulations that comes along with things, as well as packaging tips for shippers to understand of the right way to package something, what you should include with that package, how to label it, and things of that nature.
You know, Fox, you hold a tight ship here because you told me 8:30 is the crew meeting, 8:40 is when people start getting out here. So tell us, I'm seeing some packages just starting going in. What is the process when some of these parcels get here?
Yeah, absolutely. So our packages all come in through O'Hare Airport. They come in on aircraft containers, and what you're seeing right now is the containers get put up to our unloads. We have our employees start to unload those packages onto the conveyors. Our sorting system that we have here goes through a scan tunnel, and those packages all get a sorting decision. The sorting decision will tell it exactly what chute to drop behind, which is staged behind one of our vans, one of our delivery and pickup vans. And then those couriers will load their vans, they'll get out there, and they'll service our customers throughout the day.
Okay, do you have any estimate, lucky guesses, how many parcels are going to go through here today?
Yeah, so we're going to see actually about 4,000 pieces in total for today. But on average, during peak season, this facility is going to see anywhere between 6,000 and 7,000 pieces.
Okay, this is a new facility, as you said, because you guys needed an upgrade from one that you had a little closer to Midway, was it?
Yeah, absolutely. So a few years ago, we were taking a look at our Midway facility. It was on 47th Street. We were coming up against some elbow room issues. So we made a decision. It took us 3.5 years to build this facility from the ground up, put all of the fancy technology that you see in here, install the electric vehicle chargers and things of that nature, and then we opened this facility up in February of this year.
Okay, now it's shiny and new. Natalie, Anthony, do you guys have any maybe packages that I should be looking for? I could just grab them off your hands and take them to their house or to the studio. I don't mind. Hey guys, we're going to actually give you a closer look, kind of a bird's eye view of what happens here in all the sorting, because it's pretty incredible. I got a sneak peek myself here in the 9 o'clock hour, so wait for that.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, anything heavy and that looks expensive, I think, is something that I ordered. Thanks, Gabby.
Oh, okay, sounds good.
Keep your eyes peeled. All right, let's send it back over to Caitlin Cody for another check of that forecast. And luckily, you know, the snow, we don't have huge amounts of it unless you're talking like the parking lots of some of the big stores. They've still got quite a bit.
Yeah, and on our lawns, perhaps. We do have melting on the way, though. Today, we're back to the upper 30s as our highs. This morning, it's beautiful. It is still cold. We've got blue sky, plenty of sunshine in the forecast for today. Temperatures, though, are in the teens for many of us. Right now, it's only 19 at O'Hare and 14 in Aurora. It is 20 at the lakefront as well as Midway, 17 in Valpo, and 22 in Michigan City. So these are the actual temperatures. Chilly, yes, but as mentioned, we are going to be pushing to the upper 30s this afternoon. Here's your next 12 hours. Around 35 or 36 degrees expect to be our high, and by this evening, we are staying steady in the 30s, and tonight, around 33 expected to be our low, so we're not dipping too low tonight. 5-day forecast, well, we're back to the upper 30s tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we have the chance for rain, high of 45 with scattered showers, perhaps a few snowflakes mixing in as temperatures plummet down to 17 degrees Thursday night. Friday, a high of 27 and then 41 expected on Saturday. Here's our temperature outlook, December 22nd through the 26th, showing above normal temperatures are expected. So here's your next 10 days. Now, of course, don't marry yourself to any number, especially as we get into next week. But I want to show you the trend here, where we have this dip expected Friday, as mentioned, back to 41 Saturday, and then 30 as a high on Sunday. Next week, though, looks like we're heating things up. Temperatures expected to be above normal, and our next 10-day outlook is showing the 50s returning by the middle of next week, which would be phenomenal. In the meantime, today it is going to be a cold but beautiful start, and as mentioned this afternoon, back to the upper 30s.
Thank you, Caitlin. You know, we've all heard it takes a village to raise a child, and now a local nonprofit is taking that saying and putting it into action. Benny Henry and Michelle Wright are with the support group. They're here to talk about 2 new campaigns aimed at empowering children to take charge of their future. Thank you both for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
So remarkable, everything that you guys do with It Takes a Village. So let's start with the support group. Michelle, define what that means for the community.
The support group is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that has been around for 36 years and has played a significant role in the lives of at least 150,000 students.
My
over the
goodness.
years.
So, Benny, let's talk about It Takes a Village and 1,000 Businesses for Peace, these 2 new campaigns. How can we get involved?
Well, we can get involved. Michelle would do better explaining that whole campaign.
Okay.
She's my chairman of the organization. I'm the founder of the organization that was founded by myself and Tim Holloway. For those people who know me in the Chicagoland area, we've been doing work around here for 30-something years, plus years in the community.
That and really helping so many children, as Michelle said. So let's continue the conversation about these new campaigns, It Takes a Village and 1,000 Businesses for Peace.
Sure. So as you mentioned appropriately, the name is It Takes a Village.
Yeah.
And what we're looking to do is enlist the help of all Chicagoans. We're looking to raise $500,000 so that we can maintain our programs, expand our programs, and we know that it is only with the help of the community that we'll be able to do that, right? We know that funding is at risk of being cut, and nonprofits are really scratching their heads right now trying to figure out next steps. And so we want to proactively get in front of that to make sure that the community understand that if we want a thriving community, we all have to do our part. And so we're asking whatever your level of giving is, whether it's $1, $100, that's what we're looking for. We also have our 1,000 Businesses for Peace. That campaign is calling on the business community, and we're asking businesses to donate 1,000 businesses to donate $1,000 so that, again, we can expand our conflict resolution program. That particular program is very important to the organization because we know that it has changed the lives of so many of our young people in the community. You look at statistics, the crime lab tells you all the time that many crimes, serious crimes, have been committed by young people under the age of 18. But the good news, Nicole, is that so many have improved their lives because of programs offered like ours. And so the conflict resolution is a big deal, and we want companies to get involved because we know that when companies participate in the communities that they serve, not only do communities heal, but they thrive.
Benny, I want to touch back on the It Takes a Village educational program.
Sure.
150,000 students. What do you think has made the program so successful?
Well, it's a peer-to-peer campaign. Basically, I thought about this many, many years ago about how do I really want to touch these young adults out here. You know, when you're talking to them at them as opposed to talking with them, I came up with a philosophy of where I wanted to have more kids involved teaching to each other. And at the end of the day, why this is so important is that we know what's happening in the White House. We know what's happening. We can't continue to count on politicians to help fund the things that we're doing. So it's unrestricted dollars as opposed to restricted dollars. So we have to make sure that we do what we can to raise more money to help this cause.
I know that you rely heavily on mentors, educators, right, in the program. But are you looking for other people to get involved as well to help expand the program and help more kids?
No question. More. Matter of fact, what we have said, you don't have enough time to tell you all the stories that I have to tell you about the kids who've been through my program, whether they've been incarcerated and they come back, or they've been went through our programs at a particular time in their life. Now they come back to help mentor. So this is an ongoing process that we have. And no one can tell me that this doesn't work because I know for a fact that it does work. And so this is why it's important for us to do what we can to do something different than what we normally been doing. And we pivoted many years ago, about a couple years ago, thinking about what we could do ourselves to help this campaign. That's what we're basically trying to do right now.
Well, best of luck to you both. Keep helping the kids out there.
Thank you.
They are the next generation, and you're making a huge difference. So thank you, Benny and Michelle.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Let's send it over to Jake.
Natalie, thank you so much. Coming up, I'm going to sit down to talk with Jack Black and Paul Rudd all about their new Anaconda reboot, and the interview goes off the rails about as much as you would imagine.
What is the Anaconda song?
Anaconda coming for you, gonna chew you up and spit you out.
gonna make you laugh and make you afraid. Anaconda, yeah.
Our Chicago exclusive interview with the stars of Anaconda, Jack Black and Paul Rudd, when Good Day Chicago returns.
Stream
Okay, our favorite decade, the 90s.
That's right.
Cult classic from the 90s being rebooted for a whole new generation, this time with a little bit of a twist here.
Yes, Fox 32, the only station in Chicago to talk with the hilarious stars of Anaconda.
Yeah, so this is really cool. I loved Anaconda. How did you guys feel about that movie?
I don't think I saw
You've
Anaconda.
never seen Anaconda?
I don't think I ever saw it.
What do you talk to people about?
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I find the weather, I guess.
Okay, I guess so. All right, well, if you did love it, you might remember that Anaconda was a monster movie back in 1997. It starred Jennifer Lopez, Ice Cube, and Jon Voight. It was a pretty decent hit when it opened, but over the last 30 years, it's kind of grown into this cult classic. So this new reboot, it's not a straight-up sequel or remake. It's about a group of friends who grew up watching the movie Anaconda and then decide that they want to reboot the franchise, but end up finding themselves also chased by a giant anaconda.
Let's do it. Let's reboot Anaconda.
Yes.
Wait, what?
What is that?
Oh my.
It's okay, you're safe, I'm here! Holy...
So this hilarious new comedy stars Jack Black and Paul Rudd, two of my all-time favorite people to talk with, because when you're thrown into a Zoom room with them, you genuinely never know what's going to happen. Like for this film, when they popped up on my computer screen, and I instantly knew something weird was going on.
Jake Hamilton, Good Day Chicago. Jack, I always knew you were a tall man. I didn't realize you were that much taller than Paul.
Look, sometimes I sit up high in the high chair, Paul sits in the low chair. Try not to pay attention to that.
It's a little tricky. I decided today to go with a floor mat. Don't pan down to me.
Oh my God, they're panning down to you?
Down to me? There was supposed to be a lot. Nah, you kill.
The only thing I'm concerned about is, on my morning show, we put a lower third. So I'm just afraid that we're going to just see the top of Paul's head, which is a beautiful
You might just
head.
it might just hear my voice.
And what a melodious voice it is to hear.
Thanks. If
It's like an angel.
If it's just a crawl, this will help your shot.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Let's give the people what they want.
This is all we really want. This is all we really need. Is this area?
That's it.
How's this?
I can feel my ratings going up just at this. There it is. Should I also stand up? Is this good?
That's good.
That works.
Let's do it. Let's reboot Anaconda.
So throughout this film, your characters not only talk about the movie Anaconda, but also the actors in it, J-Lo and Ice Cube and John Voight. And Anaconda also starred a young up-and-coming actor named Owen Wilson.
Yeah, boy.
And Owen Wilson once starred in a film called How Do You Know with Paul Rudd and The Big Year with Jack Black, which means somewhere out there in this film, Paul Rudd and Jack Black exist. Do you think Doug and Griff are told that they look like the actors Jack Black and Paul Rudd?
That's a deeper level that I never even thought about. Is where did Jack Black and Paul Rudd exist in this universe?
Yeah.
Interesting. Great question with zero answers.
That's okay. All I needed was an acknowledgement that I put a lot of work into that.
Acknowledges that you're a very intelligent fellow.
And it's the only time we've ever been asked that question.
Is it true?
And that's very rare to ask a never before asked question.
This is Anaconda, and we no longer have a snake for our snake movie. We have to go out in the jungle and find another one.
Jack, you have spoiled us lately with your past few films with Mario and Minecraft that we've gotten some face-melting Jack Black songs. What is the Anaconda song?
Anaconda coming for you, gonna chew you up and spit you out, gonna make you laugh and make you afraid. Anaconda, yeah.
Believe it or not,
it's no lava chicken.
Yeah, it's no lava chicken. Believe it or not, somehow we have more from Jack Black and Paul Rudd in the next hour of Chicago. More to be had. Anaconda opens in theaters on Christmas Day.
Beautiful. That's an earworm right there.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of stuck in there. Now, I will tell you, you gotta watch the '97 Anaconda before you see that. It's really
for sure.
Maybe because it was a part of my childhood. Like I had it on VHS and used to watch it. It's so good. It's
done.
Pieces. Come on now.
It's an American
classic.
Classic.
Note from Mike Kaplan.
Citizen Kane, The Godfather,
No.
Anaconda.
No.
Yes.
Nope. All right. We will be back with more
Ice
Good
Cube's
Day
in it.
at 9 a.m.
Say no more. Say no more.
Yeah, Ice Cube and John Voight.
Welcome to Good Day Chicago at 9 o'clock. Here's a look at some of the stories we're following for you this morning.
The son of actor and director Rob Reiner is scheduled to appear in court today for allegedly killing his parents. We'll have a live report from L.A. later this hour.
And police are searching for the suspects who stabbed 2 people near the CTI Orange Line this morning. We're following the latest on that investigation.
And Governor J.B. Pritzker is scheduled to sign a new bill surrounding public transit funding. Roseanne is going to break down where the money from that bill is going.
Follow the money.
Yes, always got to follow the money and follow the good weather, at least for this time of year. So we're checking in with Caitlin. We've been in a really cold spell, but we're in for a bit of a warm-up.
Better weather, yes. We've got warmer temperatures, better temperatures on the way today. Back to where we should be. Upper 30s are expected to be our actual high. We've got sunny skies, which is another good thing for the forecast today. It looks beautiful. Temperatures right now are in the teens and low 20s. It's 22 at the lakefront, 23 at Midway as well as O'Hare, 19 in Aurora and in Morris. Northwest Indiana, temperatures for you are in the upper teens in Valpo, mid-20s in Gary, but the feel-like temperatures still in the single digits for some. As we take a look at our western counties, like DeKalb, it only feels like 5, 13 at the lakefront. So it is cold this morning, but at least it looks good. And this afternoon, we're going to start to thaw out. Temperatures are going to be climbing through your lunchtime hour to the low 30s. And then we reach that peak around 35 or 36 degrees. Heading on into this evening, quiet temperatures are going to be in the mid-30s still. So we're really staying steady. Tonight even dropping down into the 30s, some of us into the upper 20s, but overall quiet night. Tomorrow's going to be very similar to today. Looking at our lunchtime hour on your Wednesday, we're back to the 30s, 4:45, mid-30s. So we are going to have the upper 30s, which is where we should be today as well as tomorrow before. The chance for rain and even more mild weather is on the way on Thursday. So timeline-wise, Thursday 5:30, starting to see some scattered showers as temperatures are already in the 40s. And then we climb into the mid-40s by later in the morning with the scattered rain. So you may see this impact your early part of the day on Thursday before temperatures plummet. So here's our futurecast. Again, during the day today, we've got sunny skies and temperatures in the upper 30s. Dress, though, for the mid-20s. That's the wind chill later on. Wrapping up the week Friday, 27 degrees as our high, and this weekend more mild, 41. Expected on Saturday. Back to you.
Caitlin, thank you. Governor Pritzker will sign a landmark transit bill this morning at Union Station.
Roseanne has more on the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Act. Roseanne?
Well, good morning, Anita, Brian. This was passed without raising any statewide taxes and will help prevent fare hikes or service cuts. The $1.5 billion transit funding and reform bill was passed last October, funds the CTA, Metra, and PACE. And it also creates the Northern Illinois Transit Authority to oversee all 3 agencies. The measure redirects fuel tax revenue and raises regional sales taxes. It also raises tolls on Northern Illinois roads by 45 cents, that to fund transportation projects. Governor Pritzker says the changes will make our transit and tollways more modern, efficient, and reliable. And one other nice feature, a universal fare system could make it a little easier if you use all 3. Once again, Governor Pritzker will be here at Union Station at 10:30 this morning, signing that bill into law. Back to you now in the studio.
We're also following breaking news this morning. 2 people are in the hospital following a stabbing near a CTA Orange Line platform.
Chicago police say that a 19-year-old woman and 15-year-old were walking when 2 people approached them, and one of them attacked. The victims ran to the train platform to get away. The woman is seriously hurt. The teen is expected to be okay. Police are still searching for their attackers.
Meantime, service on the Yellow Line is still suspended this morning due to track conditions near Hamlet. Shuttle buses are being provided to connect service from Howard to Dempster, Skokie in both directions. The CTA says they are working to restore service. We will let you know when that happens.
And crews are investigating an apartment fire on the city's north side. It happened just outside of the St. Boniface Catholic Cemetery of North Glenwood in the Argyle neighborhood. One person was sent to the hospital. A firefighter is hurt but is expected to be okay. Well, the son of Rob Reiner is expected to make his first court appearance today.
32-year-old Nick Reiner is in jail this morning, accused of murdering his parents. Still so much shock over this story. He is currently being held without bail. Rob and Michelle Reiner were found dead in their Los Angeles home Sunday. A motive remains unclear, although we do know at this point that they had a major argument just the day before. We will check in with our correspondent in Los Angeles ahead of the hearing in just a few minutes.
And in Rhode Island, there's new video of a person of interest in the Brown University shooting. Authorities are once again searching for the shooter accused of killing 2 students and injuring many more following a shooting last Saturday. Other persons of interest was released from custody on Sunday.
And we believe that that's the same individual that we showed you from the previous video that we released. We have a tip line which is staffed with officers from the Providence Police as well as analysts, and they're taking calls as we speak.
A $50,000 reward is being offered to help find the suspect. Classes and exams at the university have been canceled for the remainder of the semester.
Australian officials are preparing to charge the surviving suspected gunman in Sunday's beachside shooting rampage. Investigators say the father-son attack was an act of terrorism. A vehicle registered to one of those suspects contained 2 homemade ISIS flags. At least 15 people were shot and killed as the crowd gathered to celebrate the first night of Hanukkah.
A man credited with disarming one of the suspected gunmen in the Australia shooting was greeted in the hospital by the country's prime minister. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese visited Ahmed Al-Ahmad in a Sydney hospital. He was shot after tackling one of 2 gunmen. Authorities say Ahmed's actions saved many others.
It was a great honour to meet Ahmed Al-Ahmad. He is a true Australian hero. People were being shot in front of him. He decided to take action, and his bravery is an inspiration for all Australians.
It really is amazing indeed. His harrowing account of what happened. 25 people injured in the shooting are still being treated in the hospital. Now, 2 men are due in court today accused of the death of 16-year-old DeVale Holden. This is back here at home.
Yes, Holden would have been a junior at Thornwood High School, but in early August, he was killed at his girlfriend's home near 160th and Drexel Avenue in South Holland. 21-year-old Javon Moore and 20-year-old Demond Smith were arrested and charged. Both will be in court today. A 16-year-old was also arrested. Police say that Holden was not the intended target. And a man accused of killing a Southside dance coach in May of 2021 is sentenced to life in prison. Deontay Kimberly was charged in 2022 with shooting Verndale Smith. Surveillance video from 2021 shows Kimberly driving into a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot at 75th and King Drive and opening fire at Smith, who was talking on the phone. Smith was shot multiple times and was taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he died.
The FBI says that it has put a stop to planned New Year's Eve terrorist attacks believed to be targeting Los Angeles as everyone's still making their plans. And you see something like this.
The agency says members of an extremist group were allegedly plotting to carry out bombings across at least 5 locations. 4 suspects were charged and arrested Friday while preparing to test their explosives in the California desert. The suspects are part of the group Turtle Liberation Front, known for their pro-Palestinian and anti-government views.
The subject arrested envisioned planting backpacks with improvised explosive devices to be detonated at multiple locations in Southern California, targeting U.S. companies.
The suspects are charged with conspiracy and possession of destructive devices. More charges are pending.
So scary.
Calumet City and its mayor are being sued by a former employee.
Kenneth Jones filed the suit against the city and Mayor Thaddeus Jones. The suit claims that Mayor Jones demanded that Kenneth Jones make payments of $3,000 a month to keep his job. The suit goes on to allege that in 2024, Mayor Jones and his chief of staff demanded $100,000 in exchange for continued employment. Kenneth Jones served as the director of the Emergency Services and Disaster Agency for 2.5 years We have reached out to Mayor Jones and the city of Calumet City for a statement.
Popular Chicago music venue and Riverwalk spot now suing the city of Chicago and Mayor Johnson's administration, alleging race-based discrimination. The Beat Kitchen operated on the Riverwalk for 3 years, and the venue's owner, Robert Gomez, says that he turned a profit, generating $3 million a year in annual sales. But Gomez says the city chose not to renew his license to operate there, and now he's filing a federal civil rights lawsuit alleging that the city revoked his license because of his race and tilted the scales to favor a black-owned business to take his place. The lawsuit alleges that it violates both city ordinance and federal laws.
It's crushing. I mean, I have 2 music venues. The music industry has really struggled since COVID. Support for all of that. It helps get the name of the brand out there. And more importantly, I put in over the 4 years $600,000 into that.
The Beat Kitchen space was replaced with another local company called Hare's Gulf Shrimp. The lawsuit is seeking to declare that license void and asking for financial damages due to the lost revenue. A spokesperson for the Chicago agency that oversees the Riverwalk said that they do not comment on pending litigation, but did acknowledge they chose to go with another vendor back in April. In May, the Trump administration's Justice Department announced that they were investigating racial discrimination in the Johnson administration for allegedly basing jobs and hiring on race qualifications.
DePaul University is cutting staff in order to fix some of their budget issues. The university is laying off more than 100 staff members. The cuts represent a little more than 7% of the full and part-time staff. The goal is to slash spending by more than $27 million over the next year. The school faces a $12.6 million budget deficit. The revenue loss is the result of a dramatic drop in international enrollment. Mike?
Tuesday, time for Health Watch. A new study shows increased use of social media by children damages their concentration levels and may be contributing to an increase in cases of ADHD. The study monitored the development of thousands of U.S.-based children from the age of 10 to 14, linking social media use to increased inattention symptoms. Fox Medical Team's Dr. Mike joins us now live. Good to see you here, Dr. Mike. We observed some of this firsthand, absolutely can attest to it. What is the link here, in your opinion?
Well, Big Mike, first of all, I always love talking with you. You know that. Now, what the link is that on social media, they didn't look at video games or they focused on social media and the constant rapidity, if you will, of messages and data coming through on social media was felt to contribute, perhaps, to an uptick in inattentive behavior. And they looked at kids, about 8,000 of them, over a 4-year period from like 9 to 14. And they found significant issues with this. Now, I'm a parent. I have 2 kids. I really try to limit the amount of screen time. Now, I don't think we should go Australia and ban it, but I think we should be responsible parents and say, look, I want you, and this is why, little Susie and little Johnny, I want you to spend some time with the family. Put the phones down and let's watch a movie, or let's go do something outside, or let's play a board game, or do something, because you want your kids to be able to interact, and you don't want them to have the attention span of 5 seconds. You don't want that.
So for you anyway, the fix is just setting the harsh limits and encouraging the kids to do something else. What if you get pushback from those teens and preteens, Dr. Mike?
I'm not your friend, I'm your father. And if my name comes up in therapy, tell everybody I did the best I could. Got that?
Outstanding, outstanding, and I love the close-up there. All right, let's talk about this one, Dr. Mike.
There you go.
Experts are saying our go-to posture can cause pain, reflux, snoring, and even nerve symptoms that show up the next morning. What is the impact on our health when we sleep in awkward positions? And I'm probably guilty of this one myself, Dr. Mike, so I'm eager to hear about this.
Well, basically, Big Mike, I don't know what I guess this counts as pillow talk, but the bottom line is if you sleep like a Tyrannosaurus Rex and you're all bunched up, it's going to cause nerve compression. It's going to cause issues. And so that's not the best way to sleep. The best way to sleep, according to most experts, is to sleep on your side. I prefer thin pillows, and they would recommend a pillow between your knees with your knees slightly bent. Now, some people sleep on their back. That is thought to be good, but it can cause reflux. It can cause snoring. And like I do, I sleep on my stomach pretty much with my head turned, but I have a very thin pillow. And that way I don't kink my neck like that.
Dr. Mike, you just described my sleep position. The knees bent, the pillow between my knees on my side, so I feel a little bit better about that. But before I let you go, can you do one thing again for us? Can you give us that close-up? Can you come real close to the camera again? And then talk to...
I love you, Big Mike. I do. You're the man.
Dr. Mike.
You're the man, and I wish you all the best for the new year. And everyone, I love you guys, and I'm glad you're in my inner circle of trust. How do you like that?
We love you, Dr. Mike. Thanks for joining us here this morning. We look forward to our next visit with maybe a wider shot. That was beautiful, though. We'll be right back with more Good Day after this.
LAPD investigators are expected to present their case against Reiner at the district attorney today. With more on the Reiner son's arrest, let's bring in Mario Ramirez live at the criminal courts building in downtown LA. Mario?
Brian, good morning to you. This has quickly become one of the most shocking Hollywood cases in recent memory. We were at the scene of the crime where Rob and Michelle Reiner were found murdered in their Brentwood home yesterday, and we knew a family member was being questioned. Well, this morning, Nick Reiner, their 32-year-old son, has now officially been named a suspect in the case, and he could appear before a judge as early as this morning. We're still waiting for those official charges to come down from the district attorney's office. So you can see him here pictured in this photo with his family. Police say the couple's youngest son, Nick Reiner, is now the focus of this murder investigation, and it'll soon be in the hands of prosecutors. Authorities confirming to us the 32-year-old was arrested Sunday night on suspicion of stabbing both his parents to death inside their home. The couple, Rob Reiner, 78, and Michelle Singer Reiner, 68, found dead Sunday afternoon. by their daughter, Romy. And Nick was not at the house when police arrived. Detectives believe he left sometime after the attacks. And the night before, we've learned Nick was seen at TV host Conan O'Brien's Christmas party, where an argument reportedly broke out between father and son. We also know Nick's struggles with addiction and mental health issues were apparent for years, depicted in the film Being Charlie, a semi-autobiographical movie that he made with his father back in 2016. Rob Reiner even once said the project forced them to understand each other better and help them feel closer despite years of strain. And we're also hearing that after that argument Saturday night, Nick checked into a Santa Monica hotel, according to reports, early Sunday morning before the attacks, and he was taken into custody Sunday night around 9:15 downtown, about 20 miles away in the area of Exposition Park. Now, just outside the courthouse this morning, we are again waiting for those official charges to be filed. First, the LAPD detectives that have been handling the case, they'll present evidence to the DA's office, and from there, prosecutors will decide exactly how or whether or not to file these charges this morning. So standing by for those updates. For now, that's the latest down.
All right, thank you, Mario. Well, still ahead this morning, we're sitting down with a dermatologist to talk about winter skincare do's and don'ts, like whether you really need SPF this time of year. Plus, it has launched the careers of Julia, Brett Hall, and more. The Practical Theater Company gives us a preview of their 2025 finale. All that and much more coming up at the top of the hour on Chicago Now.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the Code Red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Just the delivery. Oh, man. Woo. That is just one of the countless iconic big screen moments given to us by legendary Hollywood director Rob Reiner.
Yeah, and you were just speaking with a reporter there in LA about the shocking turn of events over the weekend. Jake, you just recently spoke with him, and you've spoken with him many times over the years. So give us kind of a look back at an incredible career, albeit the ending just...
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where I hope when people look back on his life and his legacy and his career that the last 48 hours is not the thing that they focus on. You look at that clip right there, just one of countless ones we could be talking about. Rob Reiner, honestly, if you think about it, had one of the greatest runs as a director ever. From 1984 to 1992, he directed, get this, This Is Spinal Tap, Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, When Harry Met Sally, Misery, and A Few Good Men. That's one of the greatest directorial runs, I think, of all time. You probably quote his movies more than you even realize, and I'm lucky enough to have spoken with him many times. The most recent a few weeks ago, where he actually did the interview in character as Marty DiBergi, the director he plays in This Is Spinal Tap. And I can tell you, whether he was in character or just being Rob Reiner, the man was a gem.
Good to see you, sir.
Nice to see you.
An honor, sir. Good to see you.
Nice to see you, Jay.
This is going to be a strange, awkward question. How often do you get told that you look like Rob Reiner?
I've never been told.
You've never been told that. Are you familiar with his work?
Yeah, well, I mean, who isn't?
You want answers. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
At what point do you realize that you've made the sort of scene that will stand the test of time? How long does it take?
You don't know. You never know. I mean, when you're just making a movie and you're making you're doing a scene that hopefully supports the story and the characters in that movie.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
So it's not until a long time goes by that you see something staying with the public, and it's a thrill when that happens because you get on those lists and the top 5 lines of all time or whatever.
I'll have what she's having.
And the biggest thrill for me was my mother, in When Harry Met Sally saying, I'll have what she's having. She's basically on a list with, Marlon Brando and Humphrey Bogart and Clark Gable, and there's Estelle Reiner.
Yeah, that's his real mother. During my last conversation with Rob a few weeks back, he was in character as Marty DiBergi the whole time. From the moment I walked in the room, he was Marty. But when we were wrapping up and shaking hands, he winked at me. And I always wondered then, was he winking as Marty or was he winking as Rob Reiner? I'll never know. But he was a brilliant storyteller, and from all accounts, not just from my own experience, he was also a really good guy.
Maybe he was winking because he knew your knowledge level that you would know he was in character.
I kind of go back and forth. I could see it. I could see it both ways. But just a really brilliant storyteller. And Stephen King often says, for as many filmmakers have gotten his stuff wrong, few have gotten it right like Rob Reiner. There's a great story the very first time they ever watched Stand By Me, which we showed a little bit of a clip of, that Stephen was just in kind of silent in tears after, and Rob kind of famously thought, oh God, I messed it up, I screwed up. And Stephen King said, no one has ever adapted my stuff like that.
That it touched him like that. Wow.
I don't know if you could tell, I purposefully clipped out the Kathy Bates.
Well, what do.
It's 9:26 in the morning. That's one of the
we all knew.
Yeah, we all knew what was going to be. And it led to her Oscar. She won an Oscar for that. So many great performances, but it's hard to top Jack Nicholson's.
For sure.
It really is. And the run that he was on.
Yeah,
it'll be missed, for sure.
Yeah.
Fox
Welcome back. Time is now coming up on 9:30. Ready for our warm-up, Chicago? We definitely have earned it. Well, Governor Pritzker will sign a landmark transit bill this morning at Union Station.
Roseanne has more on the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Act. Roseanne.
Right, that act helps prevent fare hikes or service cuts, and they did it all without raising statewide taxes. It's a $1.5 billion transit bill that passed last October, and it funds CTA, Metra, and PACE. It also creates the Northern Illinois Transit Authority to oversee all three, and a universal fare system for all three as well. So where did the money come from? Well, the measure redirects fuel tax revenue and raises regional sales taxes. It also raises tolls on Northern Illinois roads by 45 cents, and that is to fund transportation projects. Governor Pritzker says the changes will make our transit and tollways more modern, efficient, and reliable. And so there's going to be a big kind of a celebration here when he signs that measure here at Union Station. We see a lot of additional police here this morning getting ready for this big event. We expect legislators and, of course, people from the various transit agencies and Governor Pritzker signing that measure in just a short while at 10:30. From Union Station, Roseanne Tejas, Fox 32 Chicago.
Roseanne, thank you. And I just love the Christmas tree at Union Station.
Yeah,
it's
right?
awesome. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about this weather outside, everybody. You can see we still have the remnants of what was on the ground. I mean, and it's icy. If you hit some of that, it's icy. Yeah. But hopefully we're kind of digging out. We're ready to thaw out, Mike.
And we're going to get a thaw here. The next week and a half, in general, at least, look pretty warm. In fact, maybe for the rest of the year, we'll have some milder weather with some ups and downs here and there. Of course, a lot of that snow now turning into what I call snert, that combination of snow and dirt when that snow gets old. All right, the Bears are in action. By the way, we should know Anita attended that game on Sunday and brought them good luck. So I'm asking now across the room, are you going to be at the Bears game Saturday night? Well, I guess Anita's not going to be at that Bears game.
If you're buying the ticket, I'm there, man.
Shucks. All right. Well, you're going to be watching that game right here on Fox 32. But weather-wise, if you're going to the game or if you're going to go out, maybe have a beverage somewhere, a dinner, here's what you got Saturday night. Packers versus Bears at Soldier Field. Kickoff temp 35. That will be after a high in the low 40s during the afternoon. So much more comfortable tailgating. I don't think that people are going to be rushing out of the stands in the third and fourth quarter. It'll be just seasonably chilly there. And at this point, it doesn't look like it's going to be all that windy either. All right, out there right now, we've got 20-something. It is 23 at O'Hare, Midway in the Lakefront. Already, it's warmer than it got yesterday. 23 at Woodstock, 19 at Valparaiso, a couple of colder spots. DeKalb there, the low number with 17. And we're going to see a lot of sunshine today. That's going to help warm temperatures up. I think pretty much area-wide, we can get numbers at or above freezing. Not by a lot, but by a little. Late this afternoon, there's a little weak disturbance coming through here. You see our model is showing some precipitation. I don't think any of that will hit the ground. It's going to be what we call virga. That's precipitation aloft that either evaporates or sublimates because it's so dry close to the ground. So there is precipitation on the way, but I just don't think tonight or tomorrow during daylight hours. Tomorrow will be cloudier than today. That's one of the reasons why I've lowered my high temperature forecast. What had been a day that I thought we could get to 40, I'm bringing it down to 36 tomorrow. Still warm enough to get a little bit of thawing going on. Then the storm system, it'll bring rain here. That arrives just in time for the Thursday morning commute, but it will be rain. It kind of wash off some of the salt that's probably on your cars and also on the roads. And if there's any snow to be had on Thursday, it will likely be a brief snow shower or a couple of flurries in the afternoon. It won't be one of these situations where the rain changes to snow. It's going to be rain, then dry air, then as the colder air comes in, maybe a brief snow shower. That's the deal. Not expecting any accumulation. So today, we've got a 34 on the way. Maybe we got a couple of degrees higher, especially on areas where we don't have as much snow on the ground. Tonight, dropping down into the low 30s with skies that'll become partly cloudy, but temperatures leveling off. We get to the mid-30s to upper 30s tomorrow. Mid-40s here on Thursday with a little rain in the morning, maybe a brief snow shower in the late afternoon. One day of colder weather. That'll be on Friday before we get back to 41 on Saturday. I think we can be in the low 30s Sunday, and then starting the next warming trend here on Monday. And I'm still looking at numbers on the computer models that suggest Christmas Day could be really toasty around here. As we head to break in just a moment, wait, I got to show you pictures first of all. Lori Anderson gives us a beautiful view here of sun coming up in DeMott, Indiana. Almost every color is there. That is a spectacular shot over somebody's farm. I don't know if that's yours, Lori, or not, but that is a pretty shot. Here's what I suggest for you photographers. When you get one of these power lines going through here like this, there are so many editing apps now. The native app editing for iPhone photos, you can clean that up. I use an app called Snapseed, very easy to get rid of that. It'll look even cleaner, but that's still such a gorgeous sky, Lori. Photo number 2, a chilly morning at the East Branch Dog Park out there. Brandy Stevens giving us a look there at a cold sunrise. Look in here, maybe see some, is there a little ice there? Some footprints of something that went through? Thank you for that one, Brandy. And a wall of clouds from Margaret Lecaros. We had this over the weekend. This is called sea smoke. You can see the crib out there, and this is like a wall of clouds, and you see this stuff coming up off the lake. That's essentially moisture that is condensing in that extremely cold air. That's just a spectacular picture there. Thank you much. Let's talk about this. As we head to break, we want to remind you that the Chicago Bears, they're hosting their 37th annual coat drive. Bears are teaming up with Jewel Osco, the Salvation Army, and Sureway Movers. They're asking for your coat donations. All you have to do is drop them off at participating Jewel Osco stores, and you've got about 2 months to do it, now through February 16th. You want more info? Check it out online at chicagobears.com/coat drive. We'll be right back after this.
Love that. Ding. Every time. Like, oh.
It's magical, right?
It does.
Should have that like when you go into your car.
I would love it. Year round. We need to keep that. We are down to the wire, though. If you want to get them to their destinations in time, we're talking about the packages that you are feverishly buying online. It is time to get your stuff together.
Better start shopping, I guess. But that's just the first part of the process. Next is the shipping rush.
You really haven't gotten all your shopping done?
Hey, about those tickets to the Bears game.
Right. No comment there. Our Gabriella Primus is taking us behind the scenes at DHL to show us how they get it all done.
Well, you need to have things down pat if you're going to run an operation like this, because thousands of packages are coming through for the holiday season, obviously, at DHL. We're in the brand new facility here in McCook. I'm with Fox Miller. You are the area operations manager. We're seeing a bird's eye view of everything that's coming in here. But how much more busy are you guys during the holiday season versus any other time of the year?
So during the holiday season, our peak season, we typically see about 33% increase versus the rest of the year. This is actually our peak week that we're in here right now, so we should expect to see the most increase this week.
Okay, we're seeing some of the package run through the line here. What are these purple things? You're telling me it kind of like kicks the packages to where it needs to go, which I think is incredible.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here is it's called a shoe sorter. So the intention of this is that these purple things you see here, they're called shoes. Each package will get a sort decision. That sort decision tells the package which chute it's going to go down, and then these purple things you see here, the shoes, will actually slide that package gently into the chute where the driver will be able to load it into their vehicle.
You know, DHL, you said it's been around for 50 years. It's crazy how things have probably changed, even since you started 10 years ago, but, you know, from 50 years ago. Is it, like, weird to think about?
Yeah, it's honestly very crazy to think about. You know, we started in San Francisco in 1969, just shipping documents ahead of ocean parcels, actually. And we very quickly morphed into what you see, this international logistics giant, where we're the leader in international shipping throughout the world in over 220 plus countries and territories. We also get to utilize brand new technology like this. We get to utilize our electric vehicles and a lot of great things that have happened over the last 56 years.
Yeah, we really see our superheroes down there who are going to be driving these trucks after everything's sorted to get it out to the Chicagoland area. Tips and tricks for people at home who are thinking, oh, I have a few more days to get things in for Christmas.
Yeah, so we're in international shipping. We'd like to say December 18th is the deadline, but you should understand that shipping to anywhere in the world does come with different transit times. You can find all of that information on our website, dhl.com, so you can better understand the shipping transit for your location. You should also understand government policies, customs regulations, things like that. What should I include with my shipping? You can also find that at dhl.com. A lot of great information and things you should know prior to shipping this holiday season.
All right, Fox, you run a tight ship. Things are looking good here. And again, we're saying hello to our superheroes as well, all those delivery drivers out there and truck drivers. All right, we'll have more information on our website, fox32chicago.com. I'll send it back to you for now.
Gabby, thank you so much. Coming up, it's a 90s cult classic, and now it's getting rebooted, but not in the way that you think. We're going to talk with the hilarious stars Jack Black and Paul Rudd all about their new comedy called Anaconda when Good Day Chicago returns.
Let's do it. Let's reboot Anaconda.
Yes.
Wait, what?
What is that?
Oh my.
My anaconda!
It's okay, you're safe, I'm here! Holy!
When you get Mike Kaplan saying, wait, does that Sir Mix-a-Lot?
Well, the 90s Cult Classic is getting rebooted, but not in the way you would expect. Jake had a chance to chat with the hilarious stars of Anaconda.
Yeah, I grew up on the original Anaconda. Any movie that puts J-Lo, Ice Cube, and John Voight all in the same, all on the same frame, baby. You might remember Anaconda was a monster movie back in 1997. It starred J-Lo and Ice Cube and John Voight. It was a fairly decent hit when it opened in theaters, but really over the last 30 years, it's kind of grown into this cult classic. So this new reboot, it's not a straight-up sequel or a remake even. It's about a group of friends who grew up watching the movie Anaconda and decide that they want to reboot the franchise, but find themselves also chased by a giant anaconda. So when I spoke with stars Jack Black and Paul Rudd, I wanted to know which of each other's movies do they think would be fun to get together and remake?
Let's do it. Let's reboot Anaconda.
Yes.
Wait, what?
And I do love the idea of getting your buddies together and filming a spiritual sequel to a movie that you love.
Yeah.
What is a movie from the career of the person sitting next to you that you'd love to get some friends together and film a spiritual sequel to?
Well, I'll tell you a movie that I was jealous of when I saw was I Love You, Man.
Oh, yeah. I slapped the bass big time.
What is that? You sound like a leprechaun.
No,
What is
that's a
that?
reggae guy. I just did reggae.
Doesn't sound.
Doesn't sound reggae?
No.
Slap the bass.
And I Love You, Man.
I love you, man.
And I just thought you were so funny. And there were so many, like, phrases that came out of that I was like, I know you and Siegel were flinging improvs out left and right, too.
There's
right?
a lot of riffing
Combo,
on that
baby.
one.
Combo Nation.
It's thank you, Jack, and it's tough. What spiritual sequel?
And then you were slapping the bass with Rush.
Slap the bass. That sounded like Borat.
Yeah.
Slap the bass. Big time.
That's better. That's better.
But Sid and I have gotten pretty good at a couple of Rush songs.
I was so jealous,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, I know you're a big Rush fan. It's tough for me to pick a spiritual sequel because once Jack kind of puts his own unique stamp on anything, I don't think it can be replicated or improved. No one's going to do a better job.
I'd like to see your Nacho Libre.
But these are my recreation clothes.
It would be fun to put on the mask
And the
I gotta
stretchy
say.
pants.
And the stretchy pants.
We're going to have more from Jack Black and Paul Rudd coming up during Fox 32 News at noon. Anaconda opens in theaters on Friday. I think I'm going to ask the question that we all want to know the answer to. Why don't we ever do the show like this?
I don't know. Or like they did one of them was like standing, Paul Rudd
Yes,
was like,
he's way up. Yeah.
How did you make it through this interview without your man sandwich?
That's true.
You know what? I think it's not a coincidence that the last time that I warmly embraced Jack, this time they kept us 1,300 miles apart.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's that Hamilton guy.
Exactly right.
Keep him on Zoom.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Fox 32.
9:52, everyone. So you know we only have a little bit more time with you, but it is the time of year when everything just looks and feels magical.
But despite the glitz and glam, there's really a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes.
Fox 32 Chicago goes inside the Joffrey Ballet's production of the Nutcracker to see what it takes to bring the festive favorite onto the lyric opera stage.
A lot of people grow up with it from a very young age. It's the gateway into ballet.
It's something that you're going to look back on forever as an adult to say, I was in the children's cast in the Joffrey. That's something that will come up over, you know, a Christmas meal in decades to come.
People like clapping, like it's very fun. It's excitement and nervous at the same time. That's like magical.
I think what's really unique to us is the feeling of family and connection, and I think that brings a slightly higher level of emotion to it that people, I think, enjoy to experience, especially around the holidays.
So we're here 7 and 8 and 1 and 2, 3, Dev 4, 5, 6 and 1. You're going to wait for 2, open our arms and arch to get off the floor. Beautiful, ladies.
This version of the Nutcracker was created by Christopher Wheeldon in 2016. So this year we're celebrating the 10th season of the Joffrey Ballet. Our version of the Nutcracker is set on Christmas Eve in 1892. The main character in the Nutcracker, I mean, you'd think it was the Nutcracker because that's the title, but really it's a young girl called Marie. She receives the Nutcracker as a gift on Christmas Eve, and she falls asleep at the end of the party and has this wild dream about the World's Fair. We start planning a few months ahead of how we're going to organize the schedule. We have to audition the children who participate in the Nutcracker. We have a Nutcracker children's cast, 2 complete casts that perform in our shows every year. It's amazing. I think it takes us all back to when we first started dancing ourselves. And it's usually the first moment for someone to experience what being a ballet dancer can be.
We are primarily teaching them ballet, but when you've got a lot of children in the studio, sometimes you have to wrangle everybody. The children's cast have been rehearsing since the beginning of September, and it's their first time coming to the company.
Miss Amy is such a nice person. She tells me you need to do this in order to get better. Sometimes she's strict, but in a good way. And Mr. Adam is fun. He's very funny, and he helps me a lot. Both of them help me a lot. The rehearsals for the Nutcracker have gone hard, fun, because it's fun working with my friends and the company, and it's very fun. Sometimes it's tricky, learning the steps, but it's fun and overall.
Rehearsals can be long and tedious. It's part of the process. But when you start to get closer, they get really excited and they get to see where they're going, and when they're on stage and they get to meet the company, and then they realize everything we've been talking about is actually in front of them. It's concrete, and it's wonderful.
It's been very fun. It's been learning new things, new skills. There's a lot of magic, and it's that time of year of Christmas, and just a lot of magic and chaos, and it's very fun.
In a dream world, opening night, you're sitting out front with a little bit of nerves, but generally feeling okay. It really depends what's needed in the moment. With the children's cast, I like to be involved to make sure everyone's feeling good, and the logistics of being backstage, it can be overwhelming, big scenery, lots of things moving around. It's really a nice feeling to sit out front and feel the excitement of the audience and know that we've put the work in and they're about to see an exceptional production danced by exceptional artists. A lot of people don't realize how challenging it is. It's such a demanding job physically. You're really putting your body through incredibly difficult moves to execute the choreography. And it also takes mental fortitude. So you can liken it to being an athlete, which the dancers really are, but at the same time, they're expressing themselves in a different way. It's an artistic form of expression. So I think the amount of work that goes in and how hard it is compared to how easy it looks, that's a common misconception. And it's always a really enlightening moment when people get to come in and see behind the scenes a little bit and watch rehearsals as things come together and realizing what it takes to get to that moment where the performance looks effortless and beautiful and magical, but so much went into it.
Yeah, those shows are happening now. Actually got some people going to see it this weekend.
Oh my, I think everybody should see it at least once, A lot of work that went into it, for sure.
All right, time is now 9:57. We'll be right back.
Fox 32.
All right, welcome back. Live look outside. The bean. Got the sun shining out there, bringing a little bit of warmth.
Should get above freezing for a change.
Hey,
that's nice.
Wow, sounds amazing. Above freezing. That's it for us here on Good Day Chicago, everybody. Stay right here, though. Chicago Now starts next.
Chicago. My voice. Hi, Chicago.
How was it doing compared to yesterday?
Probably about the same. A little less coffee, maybe. I know I keep hacking over here, but
You're on the up and up?
I hope so. You know, my 6-year-old, my husband just took her to the urgent care. She just tested positive for the flu.
No, the one who had avoided it?
That was Darcy. I thought Bertie already had it. Turns out.
So it got the whole fam?
What?
So it got the whole fam?
Well,
Because I thought there was
Darcy was the one that kind of dodged it because she didn't get a fever, so we thought Darcy didn't have it. I don't know, you guys. I am so over 6 season.
Man.
Please.
Hey, Caitlin, it might be too early to say that.
I'm over it. Anthony.
Because we're only in the beginning of December. Hold on.
Listen, I'll catch all 4 of the big boys, and then I'm going to have the antibodies.
Yes.
Have the cruise.
And then you'll be set.
For the rest of this.
I have a burning question.
Okay.
Mike Kaplan.
Yeah.
I thought he mentioned something about how we're almost the days are gonna be getting longer soon. When is that happening? Because that's a huge thing for me with this light or lack thereof.
The date today.
Today is the 16th.
Only a couple more days, you guys.
And then we're skewing in the other directions. When is the longest, or sorry, the shortest day of the year?
Okay, so the winter solstice.
Yes.
So that's the 22nd, 21st to 22nd.
Okay.
So.
Good. All right, so we're about to bottom out.
I want to know when the days get, when the sun goes down past 6 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good, that would be a good thing. Because honestly, mental health-wise, am I alone on this? Mental health-wise, it's going to be way better you know, we'll at least be on the up and up.
I know. Okay, so I'm looking it up because I
5 more days.
Okay, so this is gonna be a while, unfortunately. Sunsets around 6 p.m. Late fall, early December, early winter, late January, and February.
So after February, it'll be after 6.
So for those of you who work a normal 9 to 5, if you're listening to us in the morning, you guys, we have a couple months. We got a couple months.
I know, that's why too early for you to like be sick of 6 seasons.
I know. No, I'm with you. Mental health in the winter is hard because we're all ill and it gets dark so fast.
Yeah.
It's so miserably cold outside. We all have cabin fever, and then you're scared to leave the house to go do something fun indoors because you're gonna get sick again.
Oh my gosh, those indoor playgrounds, we do that a lot, but they're just germ city.
You can't win. You can't win, you guys. That's where I'm at mentally. But you know what? We're gonna get through this.
We have some fun stuff to talk about. Star Wars fans, you might be interested to hear. If you're a Star Wars fan, you know the planet of Tatooine. Okay, if memory serves, this is where the Skywalker family hails from. I hope Jake doesn't run up here, sprint up here, and correct me on any of this. I just remember the race that young Anakin, before he becomes Darth Vader, he's doing those speeder bike races. Pod racing, thank you. Thank you, team. And it looks kind of like Arizona, okay? And the reason we bring this up is, or Utah, because a Tatooine-like planet has been discovered, and we are going to speak to some of our friends over at Adler Planetarium about exactly where this is and why they think it's Tatooine-like.
I'm excited to hear about this.
I'm wondering if it's in the so-called, do you know what the Goldilocks zone is?
Tell me.
Okay, it's basically cold enough to be far enough away from the star where there could be sustainable life, but not so far away from that star that life can't be sustained because it's too cold. So it's in that just right zone.
That's so interesting.
Tatooine.
All right. And also, if you've seen on social media, which I'm sure you have, the skincare, where is it coming from, you guys?
Where? What? Here. Korea.
Was it Korea?
What are the Koreans doing right?
The Korean skincare that everybody's like, I got this Korean skin because I guess there's ingredients in their skincare and their sunscreens that the FDA is not approving. So we have an update with that the FDA is finally working to update its approved ingredients for sunscreens to match this Korean skincare that you've seen all over social media.
I always heard the reason that many people in that region have such amazing skin is because the diet is largely seafood based. And that, you know how there's all those good fats in seafood? That's what I've heard. That's anecdotal. Yes. But before we get to those stories, gosh, this Rob Reiner situation is just so shocking. It's horrific. It's horrific. Like, and there's obviously we're in the cycle of this coverage. It's been, you know, more than 24 hours, so a lot of details are coming to light. And so on that note, unfortunately, we do have to kind of start off on a bummer note here. But I know a lot of people, this guy is so beloved.
Right.
Like his
in so many things.
So many of my favorite movies, Princess Bride, Few Good Men, you know, they're just Stand By Me. That is my favorite. Have you ever seen Stand By Me?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. When your kids are old enough. It's more of a...
He was in The Bear.
It is rated R. Oh yeah, he was in The Bear. Yeah. So we're joined by our friends at TMZ to kind of... not yet. We are going to be checking in. I'm sorry. With our friends on TMZ for the very latest, because there's some details coming out about Rob Reiner and I guess his son Nick, who's the one who's been arrested in his death.
Perhaps getting in an argument.
Yeah, the night
at a
before.
Christmas party.
At Conan O'Brien's house.
Yeah.
As well.
And then there's him and his wife, Michelle.
But this is one of those things that is just, I mean, I think it's just shocking everybody, the dramatic way in which this all unfolded. And to hear about some of the addiction issues and the substance abuse issues that was in Nick's past.
Yeah, the issues that their son has been going through.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can dive into that.
Like as a parent, it's, you know, I know we're in the early stages of parenting relative, but like it's just, it's so scary as a parent to watch, you know, because they've had it seems like they've had kind of a rocky relationship based on some of the clips that I've seen, but also a close relationship too. You know,
and
they
they're your kids. You love your kids. I mean, you do the best you can for your kids, but they're their own person. And I wonder. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on what happened.
No, I don't either. It's just when it comes to mental health, And we've talked about how stressful it is to just navigate new territory every day with your child, and wanting to make sure that you are supporting them in every possible way you can. And this, like a situation like this where it is, you know, substance abuse, mental health, it just like adds to that anxiety about, are you doing everything right? Are you doing every
Hit
resource?
Your stomach.
Yeah,
Hit
exactly.
your stomach. Even if you're, before it gets to something like this point,
No.
like what do you do for your child that you love so much to support and help them?
Yeah.
You just want to take it all away. All right, TMZ, I guess they are ready for us now. It's
Michael Babcock.
Good morning,
hey,
guys.
Such
How
a
are you?
bummer.
How's everything?
Things are fine back here in Chicago. This is just such a sad situation. Michael, we've been, I guess the latest we had this morning on our morning news was kind of some general talk about how the two of them had kind of gotten into it perhaps the night before.
Yeah.
What are you guys hearing there? Get us up to date here.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, and I think it's going to be really interesting ultimately to see if that had anything to do with what allegedly then happened just hours later. Conan O'Brien every year has this really glitzy and glamorous holiday party, and this year, like he has done, a lot of his celebrity friends attend, and some of those celebrity friends being the Reiners. It wasn't just Rob, though, and his wife, Michelle. It was Nick, too. So they brought their son, Nick, who's 32 years old, along to the party. Now, people at the party said, one, it's like I said, it's a glitzy and a glamorous event. So you've got, you know, men wearing suits, and you've got dresses, and everybody looks really nice. However, Nick had a hoodie on, and just, he seemed out of sorts, is the way it has been put to us. At the party, there was a blowout fight between Rob Reiner and Nick Reiner, his son, and this was a pretty intense argument from everything that we've been told. It got so heated that Rob and Michelle actually left the party. It's unclear if Nick left himself. Now, that's Saturday night. Ultimately, there is a 911 call made by Rob and Michelle Reiner's daughter, Rami, around 3:40 p.m. when she finds their bodies in their Brentwood home. The question is, when did this when did this crime happen that has allegedly been perpetrated by Nick, who is now in custody, under arrest, and charged with these crimes? There was, guys, another new component to this story now. So he checked in, Nick did, at 4 a.m. Sunday morning. So a couple hours after the fight at Conan's, he checked into a hotel in Santa Monica, a couple of miles away from their Brentwood estate, where the murder happened. Everything looked fine as he checked in. A couple hours later, however, as hotel staff go into the room, unclear exactly why, perhaps it was, clean the room, something like that, they find the room has blood all over it. Everywhere, on the sheets, everywhere, carpets, wall, everywhere. Bloody mess. He also had taken a sheet and covered one of the windows. I think now you've got to question, does that indicate that the murders had been done by 4 a.m.? Or did he check into this hotel at 4 a.m., leave, potentially go back to the Reiner home? Those are all the questions that the police are going to have to work through. But I think this gives some clarity to the timeline now, because again, that hotel room was a mess from what we've been told by our police sources.
Wow. I'm just wondering too, the people at the party, like if they could hear what they were fighting about. Like, not that it's any of our business, but what on earth could they have been arguing about?
Right. To make a public scene like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I was thinking about how those people just must feel to know what had happened just potentially moments later, and having been at that party with them. Here's what we can say. Nick has, for more than half of his life, battled issues